Testing one, test. No, why is it doing that? Testing one, testing one. Testing one, testing two. Testing one, testing two. Wow, that's a much better encoder. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Great. How are you guys doing? How are you doing?
Good. We were just jamming out.
Really?
What was that band, Al? Okay, so Alex was turning me on to this band called Powerwolf, and I didn't like them. He loves them, but I thought it was overdone or something. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. I had never even heard.
I have not.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of them, but it's always cool to check out new stuff, even if it's stuff you don't necessarily love.
Yeah, let's see. This one, what is it? User settings? Sorry, Sean's trying to help me with my voice here.
You're fine.
Am I too loud? 70%. Is that better? Am I still too loud?
Sounds good. That sounds fine.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right, now I'm not blowing your eardrums out. So what you been doing this week? Anything exciting?
Oh, just work. Work, man. Being at the library, doing computer stuff and working on various projects. Nothing crazy.
Yeah. I worked
Weekend.
And then I went to the dermatologist Thursday for my nose. I've had like issues around my nose for a long time where it just gets red and issues there. And she said it's like if you're English or Irish, it's very common. I'm like, that's weird because our ancestry is definitely English. And but anyway, I got some medicine coming in the mail. I don't even have to go to the pharmacy; they're just mailing it to me, which is kind of cool. But
yeah, I have the same kind of issues with around my chin and face. It's all that same thing.
yeah, so that's the first time I ever went and just was like, I'm just going to take care of that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. See how the stuff. Hopefully the meds will work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
Awesome.
Angie.
Yeah.
Kick your volume down even just a little bit more. I think it's a really sensitive mic on that headset.
Okay. What was it under? Oh my god.
It's under audio. Click the gear icon, go under voice and video.
Oh, voice and video. There it is. Okay.
Take your input volume down to maybe about 50.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's
How about
better.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's better.
Get us all even here. Alex, are you on yet?
We'll do a little test with Alex when he gets on.
Oh, he's not. Okay.
Interesting map.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Quite extensive.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever really use it too much, but It's from an old board game. Can't remember the name of it. But it seems to fit right into the whole Torchbearer scheme of things. It has a lot of interesting locations on it and stuff.
Oh, scroll down. I see what you're saying. Oh, is that new?
Elfland. I mean,
I've had it on there for a
Elfland.
while.
Oh.
Yeah, Elfland is on there. But yeah, I put you guys get right down here. Oops.
Where at?
Screen.
that's perfect.
This is
I like it.
This is Griffenholm. You guys are in this hex down here.
Oh,
That's perfect.
wow. So we got lots to explore.
Look, that whole peninsula there. I mean, it's the coastal stuff is awesome.
But the names of some of the locations around here are pretty cool. There's Trollwood. And,
Dude, I have sailing like as an ability or something. So like,
Mhm.
one of my skills.
Skill
Maybe
to
I
have.
could like, maybe I can steer a ship and we can go down to Ramboon or something.
It's just some things that spark the imagination on here.
Is it the stunning Isle of Boleski?
Like the invisible school of thaumaturgy.
We must go to Zorn.
Okay, you need to turn it down.
Yeah, you might want to
Zorn.
turn your input down just a tad as well, Alex. In
Yes,
Discord.
okay. I will do
Oh,
that.
I see Zorn. It's
Is
up
that
north.
better? Is that better?
That sounds
good.
That sounds good.
Alrighty then.
Awesome. I'm excited. I'm glad we're back together.
Give me another test, Alex, real quick.
Check.
All right, that
I
sounds
am
good.
checking my mic now.
All right, I just need to get my books and stuff here. I'll be right back.
Alright.
That looks.
Yeah, I might grab some coffee since it's in there. Be right back.
I mean, what the heck, man? The
Alright.
Winter Rest, the Cursed Forest, the Pits, and the Ozerg Mountaineers? Mountaineers are all in Zorn. That's the place to be, man.
Oh,
The
there's
Leaks.
A lot of neato places around here.
It's cooler than Shukasum.
Withering. Okay.
The Withering. The Shunned Isle, which is, I guess... Oh, I'm sorry, the Shunned Vale.
What's cool is right where we are. There's some interesting. There's more than a couple little castles and keeps.
Oh, yeah. Where are we on this map?
We're on Hathorio. Yeah.
Ah, yes, there we are. Haydaft on the river is north of us, and the Serpent Bay is over there. And then we have the Bad Axe.
And then there's like what is it? The Lorraine of
What does that mean, bad axe? You go into that forest and you start, and all these axe people come after you, or
Well,
Serpent Bay.
I don't know. Some of these places look pretty scary.
does
Let's
that
go
say fear not sea folk? Far not sea folk?
See?
There's even
Yeah, far
troll,
not.
Trollwood.
Castle Lamp Spell.
Let's go on a sailing vacation into Serpent's Bay.
I agree, because then if we go into the Serpent's Bay, then we can go down into the Sea of Drowning Men to the Isle of Fright.
Oh, that's a vacation.
Yeah. Then just head on over to Zephyr on the Sea. Ah, but then you can go north from there into the Huts of the Scum. I like that, Huts of the Scum.
Forest of the Lurking. Ooh.
I think Zorn is the true place to go, though. That looks like it's the Mordor of our place.
Where?
Zorn. It's got the pits. Just that place is the pits. We've got the Shrieker's Scrub. 2x Deadly Boiling Volcano, I guess. The Nithmir mountains, I guess. The Gap Castle, Choked in Snow Pass. That's a great name.
How about Shuckasm?
Yeah. The Shards of Lore is no joke either, though, man. Like the Witch's Kitchen,
Ooh.
Arts,
Where's that? The Witch's
Creepy
Kitchen?
Forest, up top right.
Oh, yeah, that's the very top right.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Wasted Dead, Shadowwood.
Ooh, Creeping Forest. Yeah, looks pretty scary over there.
It's pretty scary too.
Dude, this is a killer map, man.
I know.
It's a cool map. It's a cool map.
Yeah, apparently there's a game, Alex. It's from a board game from like the 1980s.
Cool.
Really?
Well, it can't be as... I mean, it can't be as cool as the map, though. I mean,
I know.
come on.
Right. Yeah.
This is like straight up Conan the Barbarian locations.
Kinda. It's just the invisible school of thaumaturgy always gets me. Like up here. And it's actually invisible. Apparently.
Yeah, but dude, there's like... I love some of the names of these places that are just like straight up descriptions. Choked in Snow Pass. There was another one down here. Waterless Downs. Let's see
Field
here.
of White Bones.
The Isle of Fear.
What is Heap in the Jills? Or Jigils?
Oh, I think you have to
Down
go
in-
there. You have to go there
down
to
in
find out.
Pond.
Look at this down here. Haunts of the Lepers.
Oh, God.
No.
That's a popular vacation spot.
Yes,
Well, it's just
beyond
south of the,
beyond the Withering.
Yes, just beyond the Withering and just south of the Blasted Heath, also known as the Field of the Laughing Dead.
Hey, we're going to the Field of the Laughing Dead this summer.
Oh yeah. So there's plenty of places to adventure.
Yeah.
But
I
here's
love
our
it.
here's our focus here. You guys are at the House of the Three Squires.
We've been here forever.
Yes, it does seem like forever. So I'm
We're
glad
never
we
going to get to
together.
these other places if we don't clean this place out, guys.
Hopefully I can remember how to play this game. But let's just start with the beginning of session stuff here. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so one player is going to offer the prologue, briefly recapping prior events. In here, I'll take it over to this other screen here so we can kind of see the current situation as far as everybody's conditions and everything.
Oh, yeah, I need to bring up my my deal here. Where's my person at? Is that it? Oh, yeah, there I am. Need to see what's going on with me.
So condition-wise, it looks like Breck is exhausted and thirsty, hungry and thirsty. Kingsley is injured and hungry and thirsty. And Violet is angry from that last battle. Remember, she was disarmed.
Oh, yeah.
But you guys successfully captured one of the female kobolds. She appears to be one of the leaders of this clan of kobolds that lives down here in these caves.
And everybody else ran off, am I right?
Yeah, some of them got away. And that's kind of where we left off. But if you just give a kind of a short prologue here as a reward, you can remove hungry and thirsty, angry, afraid, or exhausted.
Alex, you want to do that? You're good at that.
Or you can restore 1 point of tax nature. And then
Boy, oh boy.
and then we'll talk about our goals for the session. We'll do rewards at the end of this session as well.
I would, but I don't honestly remember too much of what...
I can try. Do you want me to try to say what happened?
Yes, that would be excellent.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
and you could get rid of
gonna-
your angry by doing it, Angie, if you'd like to just give a...
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so what I know is like we started out back up in the inn proper, I think, and then we came down the makeshift ladder, and then I decided I was going to go down that cave-in. Well, and that wasn't a cave-in at the time, but I decided to go down that hall by myself because I was like a loner or something. And I decided, and I took Captain Jack with me, and we went down, and there was like a pool of water, and it looked pretty good. It didn't seem like anything too frightening. There was a natural spring, and then then we heard a rumbling, and there was a cave-in, and then I was stuck on one side and you guys were on the other side, and I believe Breck used his might to get that out of there. If I'm not mistaken, am I right about that? Like Breck,
I did clear the.
cleared that cave in out so that we could get back together. Then we decided, I think, to get out of there because we thought it was unstable there. And then we went through the couch door into the empty meat cellar. It was really smelly in there. We didn't really see any giant rats or anything. But I think I kind of left you guys behind a little bit and decided to go forward again down the tunnels. And then it was into the pit area just to scope things out. And then I got a little freaked out or something and came back up and asked you guys to join me. And then we went into the Lizard Lounge, Kobold Casino. Still kind of nothing was going on there. And then we went back into that Kobold courtroom. And let's see, there was still nothing really there except for what we had seen before.
Well, the scolded kobold, was he dead? No, he disappeared.
Yes, they were all gone by the time you guys came back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then we went back
Dad,
north.
You have control of that text. Can you remove that?
Remove what?
The scolded kobold from the kobold courtroom. And then we went north, and then there was the kobold females, and we did run into them, and we did get into a horrible fight with them.
We almost lost, and then
we really almost lost, but I started rolling some sixes, and I think we captured, because we weren't fighting, we were trying to capture him, I believe, so that Pingsley wouldn't die, because he was injured still. We didn't want him to die, so we did that route.
You were partially successful in that.
Yeah, and then we did get I pulled something like a necklace off of her.
You have like a pearl necklace, I think you found.
Was it pearl? Yeah. It was, okay, emerald. Did you say?
And you also found chainmail.
It was a pearl choker. I think you had previously found chainmail.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, tell me about this necklace, Sean. I can't remember exactly what it looked like.
It's like a pearl choker that was on this female kobold that you captured. It has like rings of pearls on it. It looks pretty valuable. I think you estimate it to be probably about 2 dice of treasure. I think
Who's holding that?
It's on your character sheet.
Pingsley, it's on mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in my backpack actually right now. Okay, I just want to make sure we had that. And then the other ones escaped down, so we're pretty sure they're gonna be calling for reinforcements to come back up here and try to fight us again. And I'm angry. What are you guys? You're still injured, Pingsley, right? What else is going on with you?
Yeah, I'm hungry and thirsty, and I'm injured, and
what about?
Yeah,
Brett, what are you?
I believe I'm hungry and thirsty, right?
And exhausted. I think that was part of the compromise in the last conflict. So you were exhausted. Right. I think in Pingsley was hungry and thirsty, and Violet was angry.
So I take it that this, I don't know, I just sort of viewed it like maybe I had my boot down on her. She was pretty badly wounded, but she's still alive. Am I correct? This female with the necklace?
Yeah.
Secured her with ropes.
Yeah, she's unconscious, actually.
We did secure her with ropes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And keep in mind, these females are a little larger than the male kobolds, but they're very small. They're only 3 feet high, even smaller than Pingsley.
Oh, really? I kept picturing them bigger than that.
Yeah, they're little dudes. And a bunch of these little dudes got away from us, right?
There was a total of 6 before?
I think that's right.
Like that.
Yeah, and
we killed
about 3 of them
got
away.
Didn't we? Did we kill any of them?
Yeah. You guys killed a couple of them, and I think a few of them got away.
Yeah.
Which means that we're about to get swarmed.
Oh, it's okay. We have the leader. We can cut the leader's throat. Don't come any closer. We've got a hostage. That's a big plus, man.
If they care, hopefully they'll care.
Well, if not, we'll cut her throat right on the spot. Or Breck will.
All right. So good job on the prologue there, Angie. So now, Violet can either remove a hungry and thirsty, angry, afraid, or exhausted condition, or you can restore 1 point of tax nature. Let me see if you've taxed any of your nature here. You have. You actually have 3 out of 5 nature currently.
I don't know how to remove that. I click the little thing, and then these little circles pop up. The little the angry symbol by my circle. You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, the important
How do
thing is to look at your character sheet under conditions and uncheck it from there. And
Right, but I was.
yeah, with the
Are you gonna
tokens.
take care of that?
Yeah, with the tokens, you can click on the little. If you click on your token, click the little circle icon that pops up underneath. If you click on that,
Yeah.
you can kind of scroll through the conditions there. It'll have a blue box around any that are selected. I think angry is down towards the bottom there. You can click it.
Oh! I see. You got to drag the little sidebar down. Okay. Yeah.
You can click.
Oh, so I just click it off. Okay, there we
you
go.
go.
I did it.
Yep.
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 Yeah.
Okay. So you are conditionless. You're kind of grayed out there, Violet, just because presently you're in dim light. Because the only burning light source right now is Pingsley's candle.
Oh.
I believe. Yeah. So actually, that would leave Breck in darkness, technically.
You think we can turn the kobold in for like a bounty?
Wonders Pingsley.
I don't know. They seem to like have tied another one that looked kind of high up to a table. We're torturing it apparently for some reason. Like maybe they don't care too much about each other too much. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Maybe
the
they don't like her.
females
Maybe
seem-
they're glad she's captured. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I mean, the females seem to be the highest up, and if we have the actual leader of this little gathering of kobolds, then maybe the wizards back in the city can question her and get information on kobold movements in the area, which might be something that we can get rewarded for, or we can convince wizards to buy it off of us. Otherwise, I guess we have a little kobold.
Well, the best thing we have is we've got a hostage. I mean, if we're going to explore down here anymore, and if anybody tries to
Drag her
attack us,
along with us.
yeah,
I mean,
we've
can
got
she
a hostage.
walk? I don't know how damaged she is. She said she was
didn't
pretty
we-
messed up.
Can we
She's
find out
she's
that
unconscious.
did we find out where these cells were?
No, not
Are we
yet.
still looking for the cells?
No. You heard some crying and whimpering from the north. There's a northern passage out of here.
Yeah, let's. I say we try to free the prisoners, and then if we can find them quickly and do that, then we need to run back up to the top and camp. Let's go down the passageway and see if there's any any cells we can free out of here.
That's a good
Okay.
idea. All right, first
Great.
things first, though. So, Angie, have you decided if you want to... So you removed angry. You didn't restore any nature.
Yeah.
So let's everybody just look at their goals real quick. So we want to make sure that you have a goal that you can accomplish this session. You can also change or refresh your beliefs or instincts if you wish.
Are we doing end of session, or we did that last? No, we didn't do end of session last time.
No, we did. We'll do it at the end of this one.
This one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So as far as goals here,
I'll change
Okay.
mine.
Well, hold on though, because I completed my goal from the last game. So do I just notate that,
I have.
and then I can change my goal?
Yeah, we'll talk about that at the end of the session. We'll determine if anybody's
Well, I'll just
completed
put
their
my
work
new
towards
goal.
their
Yeah,
goals.
shouldn't we maintain then the same stuff because this is still a continuation of our previous
Yeah,
session?
I don't think we can change it now.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a good
correct.
point. Yeah, okay, let's do
Makes
that then.
sense.
That's a good
Certainly.
point. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Makes it easier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I'd be having 2 goals and get confused.
right.
Yep. So there's a passageway leading out kind of the northeast of this passage where you encountered these kobolds. Some of the kobolds that escaped down this way. Okay, down to the south from where you guys came from, where the kobold courtroom is. They ran out that way. But there is a passage off to the north here, and there was also a forked passage behind to the south right here. kind of led off to the northwest.
Sean, are you saying they went down the natural stone ladder?
Maybe. This
You
is
said south. That's the only... Unless this box is not north, south, east, west, looking at it right.
well. You guys are in this room right here where the little cross swords are, right?
So they couldn't have gone south. They had to go northeast, right?
No, they ran back out the way you guys came in.
Oh, well then we
Oh.
know.
So they're probably heading up this way.
Either that way or down here. If there's
In
a
the-
barracks or something.
I
I-
see.
I'm
Okay,
pretty
so they
sure
probably
part-
went down and back up because there's nothing for them to, nobody to get a hold of in the Kobold courtroom.
I have a flask of oil. I think we should.
Go north.
Take care of the light situation.
Yeah, take care of that. I've got a flask of oil. Let's throw it into the lantern and let's roll up this northern passageway quickly. See if we can't find any cells and let's get the hell out of here.
Do you need to take a drink of
Agreed.
water or something there, Pingsley? Or if you guys are hungry or thirsty?
I mean, well,
Yeah.
we have a moment to drink water, right?
Sure.
Sure. There's nobody in here.
Okay,
Okay. I'll drink my skin.
I'll drink my
Wine
beer.
skin.
Okay. So mark it off. And if you're going to light the lantern, somebody's going to have to carry it.
I will carry it. I have a free hand.
And Breck, mark off your flask of
Here.
oil. All right. So we're gonna.
Or no, I have a candle in one of my hands.
You do have a candle in one of your hands.
But it shouldn't be Violet, I don't think, because Violet needs to have a bow in case of combat, and we don't want to drop the only light source.
I actually have a torch in my hand right now.
I think
Sean?
your torch burned out after the conflict. I
Did
believe.
it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then I'm
Yeah.
putting the bow in my hand.
So Pingsley is
Alright.
carrying both the lantern and the candle. Is that the deal?
Does Breck have an open hand?
You should probably have a weapon out too, dude.
I have my sword out.
Is that two-handed?
Oh, it's not. But I also have a shield.
Oh, okay.
One on
You
shield,
can't
yeah.
hold a shield and
I think a
lantern.
shield. Let me look here. A shield can be carried one or torso worn one,
Ah,
but you
Okay.
can't put it in a pack though.
got it. Okay. Well.
What do you have on
alright.
your torso, Breck?
I have my backpack and my leather armor.
Right.
Oh, in that case, I'll tell you what. I will take the lantern, Mom, and I'll give you my candle.
Yeah, I guess I'd have one hand open for a candle.
Yeah. Yeah, and that, if
You can
That
set
goes
the
out.
candle. You can set the candle down if you need to.
yeah, that's no big deal. But the lantern is. So
I'll
hold
put that in my hand, other hand, candle. Okay, gotcha.
And technically, the lantern does provide light for 3.
Yes.
That's really all.
I'm
you
actually
need.
typing that in as carried, so I know what's happening here.
Okay,
So once we drink our beer and water, do we get that?
you can
are we
relieve.
thirsty?
Yep, you can relieve yourself of thirsty. And again, Lee, if you want to control the little tokens on your little representation there, just select your token, just left click on it, and you can click the little circle icon underneath that pops up, and you can deselect or select conditions from the little tokens there. There'll be a blue box around it if it's on. So you can just click the little vial again with the blue box around it to turn it off. And make sure you uncheck it on your character sheet as well. I think it's at the top right of your character sheet.
And just
Alright.
to go over what we have, I have a full thing of wine, 2 torches, 2 candles, and 2 preserved rations on me.
Keep the rations. I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah.
The rations will be cooked during camp. I mean.
How are you guys
yeah.
doing? What do you guys have over rations and light and stuff?
Well, we haven't been camping as much as we should, so I think our rations might be starting to run low. Because I can turn 1 ration into food for everybody.
I've
I
got
have
that.
I have one.
I have 3 preserved rations.
Oh, we got like 6 between us, so we're good.
Yeah.
What about drinkage? I mean, I know there's lots of water around here, so I don't think we'll have a problem. I have a water skin that I could refill with water from that little pool or somewhere, you know.
That was true.
When we were.
You guys did find a water source down here.
I only have the skin, so I mean, that's about.
We can refill. We can refill with beer when we get back up top. Let's
Right.
Yep. Okay.
let's
Move on up. Moving on up.
yeah.
Right.
Let's and we're checking for traps. We're being methodical. We're not running up this passageway, but we are trying to be efficient.
Yes.
Certainly.
Very good.
And note that
All right.
we are 3 turns in on the grind right now.
So, do we have to use a turn on the grind to check this passageway for traps?
No. I'm just assuming that you are checking for traps, so if there is a trap, there may be a test involved to notice it or to detect it. Or there may not. You may just detect a trap. So as you move up the northern passage, you start getting this very strong odor. It stinks of shit, basically, like bodily waste. And you begin hearing...
Prisoners.
Yeah, you begin hearing like a wailing sound and some crying. And you enter a chamber after not too long here. It stinks of bodily waste and fear. And this chamber is dominated by 13 small wood-slatted cages. And you can see several human prisoners inside these cages, kind of just forced to crouch in their own filth, I guess you could say.
We immediately start freeing them, dude.
Yeah, all but 2 of the cages are full. And some of the prisoners are just kind of wailing and crying, but most of them just bear expressions of resigned despair.
All of us run up to each. We're immediately freeing these people.
Okay.
How many people are in here total?
There are 11 total. And come to find out, there are some women, some children, some men as well. And a woman named Agatha introduces herself to you. She says that she's Ronwald's wife, the innkeeper's wife, and her son, Ricard. The rest are just guests of the 3 squires.
Our guest now.
Yeah, I know. And Agatha, the innkeeper's wife, is just tells you it was terrible. She said when the kobolds came up from the cellar and attacked all of the guests, she says that Oswin, our gardener, the old gardener, she said that he was badly wounded before he was dragged down here. And it was just horrible. She said they had to watch the kobolds just devour him in bloody gobbets before the female kobold, who appeared to be their leader, seemed to declare that Ronwald, my husband, would prepare the rest in the human manner as they communicated to them.
Have we left the female leader back there in that room, or have we just dragged her?
No, she's dragged. She's up here with us.
Just to make sure. Okay.
By the way, hold on. Did you cast? I can't remember if you cast the spell on her bindings.
No, I think we I don't know because I still have that.
I don't think it's
we just
entirely
tied her
necessary.
up because we hurt her
she's
so
bound.
bad.
Yeah, she's bound up pretty well.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, don't worry. Your husband's
Cast a spell on
alive.
her bindings.
Your husband's alive, and we don't want to end up as kobold meat. So here,
She's
So
like,
we-
how do you know he's alive? Have you seen
because
him?
we saved him. Come on, let's go. Oh, and by the way, we want free rooms and free beer for life. Now, come on. Good.
Okay.
I corral these
All right.
people, man. We get the hell out
Well,
of
can
here.
I ask?
Well, and by
Like,
the way,
what-
just to be clear, the guy Jorg, who you guys saved, the guy who had his leg chewed off, he was not the innkeeper. He was.
Oh, he
just a
wasn't?
guest. No. Yeah, Ronwald is
Oh,
the guy
okay.
who they're telling you that the kobolds have taken, and they're forcing him
ate
to.
him?
They were forcing him to prepare some of these prisoners to be eaten.
Well, I thought that was. I'm sorry. I thought that was the innkeeper. I apologize.
No. He was a guest.
Yorg is the weaver, but so he's a weaver, right?
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I thought that was okay. Well, I'm sorry. Your husband's not alive.
That was some weaver from the neighboring town.
He could be. He could be alive. Maybe we'll save him next.
Right.
He could be your husband. Let's say. All right.
So it wasn't the guy that was gobbled up, right? That was her husband, the innkeeper.
Well, no, he was the gardener. He said that
gardener.
all of us prisoners were forced to just watch the kobolds just eat him alive.
Apparently Ronwald's still down here somewhere, but you
Okay.
know,
Yeah.
Well, let me
I
ask
still
real
say we
quick.
bug out.
Yeah.
How are these? So they're just in these. They're not even like locked in these rooms. Like, is there?
No, they are.
No,
Are
they're
able to
locked in-
open it up, or
No, they're in a series
Individual
of cages, very small cages. They're like wood, made of wood, like wood slatted cages, and it seems like
we
they've
could
been.
just open it up and let them out? I guess they were too afraid to come out on their own.
Well, actually, there are locks on the cages themselves.
Well, we can just crush the wood.
Yeah, we bust the locks off.
Alright.
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't take too much to kind of just bust them open and get them freed.
Okay, so I am absolutely 100% with my good friend Breck here. I think that we should just leave now, real fast.
Yeah, we need to get the hell out of here. because
Yeah,
we're
she
gonna-
says, and the other prisoner's like, yes, let us
So
go.
we-
So we're
Are
running
all
them
of-
down.
Are any of these prisoners injured?
Some of them are, yeah. I mean,
Are
they're,
they in walking condition?
most of them are. Yep.
Can they carry the ones that aren't?
They're gonna have to walk.
Yeah, most of them can walk, can move. Under
Okay,
their
how
own
about
power.
the ones that can't? Can they be carried by the ones who can?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's get the
Yeah, no,
heck
I-
out of here.
Yeah, man,
Okay.
we boogie.
So you guys are in the front, and we're pushing. I'm saying go on, and having them go out, and behind you guys or something. And I'm gonna be in the back
Mhm.
with my bow, just in
Oh,
case
wait.
something comes up behind us that they're not gonna get. I'm trying to protect them.
Really
we're-
quick. Violet's instinct is I always thoroughly search unexplored areas. She can she can explore the prison, right? Like secret
Yeah,
passages and
I
stuff
can check this room. Definitely good
for free.
idea.
She just kind of scans it, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna scan this room like thoroughly.
Okay, sure.
Are there any exits to this place?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was thinking that earlier.
No, there aren't. It's basically
Okay.
going back the way you came. Through the
know what's
area
gonna
where
happen.
you encountered the female kobolds.
Okay.
Shit, you guys. We're going back
wanna
down to where
check?
we know they went back up that left way.
Do
So when
we-
we come back down, they're gonna be coming down that way.
So just to be clear, does Mom make a
Oh.
check to search the room?
Yes, I'll allow Violet to make a scout test. Now, just remember,
Yes.
though, there is always
A
a
chance of
consequence
failure.
for failure. Remember.
Well, I've got a 2 scout.
Okay.
Help.
Captain
I
Jack can
believe.
help. I don't know if we can help with instincts. I think we can only help instincts with instincts.
That is true. Or wises.
Or
So I just
wise-
get.
I believe.
Is there an ob or anything if I'm doing this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's just ob 1.
So I have to get at least
Can
one
Captain-
success.
Can Captain Jack help though?
You should be able to. Hunting?
No, because it's an instinct, and that's why it has to be helped with
Okay.
an instinct.
Well, I only get 2 dice, guys. Are you sure it's worth it?
Maybe not.
I don't know if this room's gonna have anything. It's
I
kinda
mean,
nasty
the
in here.
important thing is like secret passages, but nah, it's okay. We just
I
need
don't
to
think
rush
it's
the heck
worth
out.
it in this
Nope.
crap hole. So let's go on back down, I guess.
With post haste, man, we leave here trying to
Yeah.
get back up to the
Are
end.
as we're pushing forward, are any of these prisoners in fighting condition?
No, not at all. I mean,
Okay.
half of them are women and children.
That's why we're pushing it hard, man, to get back up to the end.
Yeah, and many of these women's husbands or whatever, they're just, they're hungry, they're thirsty, they're exhausted, they're in no condition to
Angry. They got all the conditions, right?
fight. Pretty much,
They're
yeah.
sick. They're probably sick too if they've been in
They are. Oh yes, they've been living in,
God.
they've been, squatting in their own filth for days.
I did find it interesting, though, that she understood so much of the kobolds. Does she speak kobold? I asked her, "Ma'am, do you speak kobold?"
She says no. She says the way they communicated with Ronwald was mostly through just sign language, and eventually they got it across to Ronwald that they wanted him to prepare us for, in the human manner. They wanted.
That's ghastly. I can't even imagine cooking through sign language.
She looks at you very strangely.
We're running as we're talking.
Okay, so
Yes.
moving back down through the whipping post room and the guard chamber, back down, down to the cold room where the rats are, right?
Yes.
We move
All the
through
way to the
quickly.
spicy cellar and then into the inn proper, if possible.
Okay.
We move quickly.
Okay.
Damn, okay. They didn't come back down and get us. I'm surprised. Okay.
We're dragging the cobalt bitch behind us.
Yes.
Basically, I have a rope
could, like,
tied
picture
around. I have a rope tied around her and just kind of dragging her.
As you guys get down to this kobold courtroom down here, you can hear the sounds down this passageway where the natural stone ladder descends down into the darkness. You hear what sound like inhuman screams. There's a cacophony of sounds coming from down there, and it sounds like it's coming closer. And
Pause, man.
It sounds like the sounds that the kobolds were making, when they were fleeing from you and fighting you, like a sort of a chittering sort of sound. But it sounds like many of them. But it sounds like it sounds like they're screaming, like in fear. And the sound is becoming louder and louder, it's coming towards you.
We don't.
The kobolds
pause,
dug
man.
too deep.
Yeah, we don't pause, man. We push through.
Yeah, we do. If we get to the tunnels, guys, maybe we should consider caving it in.
Says
I don't
Paisley.
know how.
Let's keep moving for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we're moving.
We
We're
move,
moving.
dude. We don't pause. We're
Very
like,
well.
go.
All right. So you move down. So you move through these passageways down into the Lizard Lounge area, and you hear coming up behind you. You can actually see behind you in the passageway several small shapes, maybe a dozen or more, coming towards you through the darkness. And into your lantern light, you see several male kobolds, a lot of them, and they kind of stop as they see you, and you can see they look like they're fleeing, like in fear, and they start pointing behind them, and chitter chitter buzz buzz, chitter chitter buzz buzz, and they start backing away from you, and some of them have rudimentary weapons, like slings and stuff, but they don't seem to want to fight. They're pointing behind them.
Yeah, I guess if we have their main woman here,
Brick,
we're
roar at
dragging her,
them.
they're freaking out.
Think there's something a lot worse than us running up behind them, so we keep moving.
I didn't think of that.
We'll even motion for them to follow us. I'm serious. I'm like, come on, we all run.
Okay.
We're all running.
All right. So you get up into the fork in the tunnel. Ahead is the pit, and to the right is the empty meat cellar where the rats are. And you've got these prisoners kind of trailing behind you. And further behind you, where you encounter the kobolds, you start hearing, like the screaming redoubled. They're all screaming and shit behind you as you enter in. As you enter
What the hell
in.
for?
As you enter into the meat cellar.
You think something's chasing them?
Something's killing them. And believe me, we need to get out of here.
I'm telling you, the kobolds dug too deep. It's a little kobold Belrog. Get out of here, man. We book it through the tunnels.
A kobold Belrog.
They dug a little too deep in the minds of kobold.
Gandalf!
Fly, you fool!
So you get through the meat cellar, into the spicy cellar, and you can see the ladder. Your makeshift ladder is still intact there.
We send the people up. Go!
Well, the people are kind of trailing behind. Like, you look behind you back into the passageway where there's, the big hole in the wall that leads into the caves. A woman is lying there on the ground. Her little girl is trying to pull her up out of the... she's like, help me, help me.
I run over there and grab the old lady and throw her up the ladder. Raw!
And I grab the child.
And I climb up the ladder.
Oh.
Okay, Pingsley's running for the ladder. Violet, with your superior elf vision, you can see in the darkness in the cave down there where the tunnel kind of splits to where the pit is in the lizard lawn. You see, the screams are a little more distant now, but you see this large, shadowy shape move into the chamber. It's about the size of, it has to be at least the size of a horse.
Into what chamber?
Down here.
Limestone cavern?
It's in this tunnel down here.
Oh no!
Remember, this is not necessarily a room right here. This is just the entrance to the caverns right here.
Well, we have enough time. Well,
I'm trying to push the people up the ladder after Pingsley. I'm going to stay down here with my weapon.
Well, it's
try to protect them so they can
as you're running back and you're helping the little girl get her mom or whatever off the floor, and Breck's there with you trying to help get these people into the cellar area.
Where are we right now when you say that? Where do they fall down?
In the limestone cavern.
This room.
Okay.
This room right here.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Technically, just to be clear here, so there shouldn't actually be like a box around here. It should be more like
a rectangle.
Yeah. Like this.
Why'd you put swords in there? We're not fighting nothing, man.
Okay.
That's where we are.
So technically, it's really like that. Okay.
Basically, though, here. Let me ask you a question. So, if we're able to get everybody through this passageway into the spicy cellar, there's a door we can close, correct?
There is. I mean, the door is kind of gouged up, but it's still functional. Stop moving the text.
There's a gouged door right there.
So we just need to move everybody
We're pushing
out
them
of
through
into
the gouged door.
Well, Violet, you see this dark shape in the tunnel, and it's moving towards you, and you see it move strangely from the floor up to the wall, and you realize that it's a gigantic spider about the size of a horse. Yes. And it's moving down the hallway towards you. Yes.
Oh my God.
And it kind of quickly, moves down the tunnel, and it crawls up the wall, and it's kind of on the ceiling now, coming towards you.
So I'll pitch I'll grab the cobalt captive and I'll throw her out to it like an offering. Seriously, dude.
There you go. There's your launch, not me.
Hopefully that'll distract it for a minute. We're pushing the people out. Come on, go move. I throw the body out there to the spider.
That's awesome.
You do. You chuck the female in ropes like. I imagine you're like just kind of grabbing her by the neck and by the tail and just like flinging her down the hallway at the spider.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the spider kind of pounces on it from the ceiling, and it seems to be busy for a moment as you guys get the woman and the child back down into the spicy cellar.
We slam the door shut, man, and I start spiking it. I have a hammer and spikes. I use them. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, you do. As you're spiking the door, Pingsley, by this time you're probably back up into the inn proper. You've climbed up the ladder.
I get all my stuff on the sled.
Yeah, you're looking down into the cellar, and you can see Breck, gets out his shit. And he's spiking the door, or actually you probably just hear him kind of pounding them in because he's in the next room over. As Violet comes into the cellar with the woman and the child, and these other survivors are kind of trying to climb up this ladder up towards you.
Yeah, and I'm helping push them because they're weak. I'm like,
they
pushing their bodies up. And Pingsley, are you freaking helping with a hand there? Are you reaching your hand out, or are you just like...
I gotta get the beer on the goddamn sled, Violet. Hold on a second.
All right.
Grab their hand, Pingsley!
So Breck, as you're pounding the first spike in, you feel something pound up against the door. Boom! And then you see like it kind of opens up a little bit as you're trying to spike it, and you see one of the hairy spider legs, coming through the door.
I spike the door, man. That's my main. I'm like,
Well, this thing is much larger than you are. I'll tell you what, if you want to try to do that, it's going to require a test at this point, I think. It's going to be a
Yeah, I think so.
yeah. It's going to be a contested thing here.
Well, I do have heart of battle and quick-witted are my
Yeah.
traits.
Yeah. So it's going to be a health test.
Okay.
It's kind of a battle of strength between you and the spider.
Sure.
It has a nature of 5. So it's going to get 5 dice. But it is might 4 as well.
Are there any? Oh my gosh! Are there any dwarves among the prisoners?
No dwarves. They're all human.
Darn it.
Mm-hmm.
Any burly people?
No, not really. Not
Burly
especially. Not
What are you gonna do? Like toss one of them to the spider?
Yeah, and
No,
they're
they're
all,
gonna help.
I mean, yeah.
Oh.
they're all panicked now. I mean, they realize that there's something coming up behind you guys, right? They know what's going on here, and they're trying to climb up the makeshift ladder up to where Pingsley is. And Violet, you're there with them. Breck is in the next chamber over in the empty meat cellar where you guys first encountered the rats with all of the refuse lying around and shit. So Breck is trying to hold this door and get it spiked before this thing can push through it. And it's pushing against you now, Breck. So this is a test of strength here against the spider.
Right. Well, I've got a health of 5, and like I said, my traits are heart of battle and quick-witted. I don't know if that.
Yeah, I mean, you can use one of them.
Heart of battle.
Is he at the gouge door? Is that what he's trying to close? Like,
Yes.
put your circle where we're at, because I get a little.
That's. Oh, I'm
Or
sorry.
is he in the empty meat cellar? I'm lost as to
We
where.
are now here.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
And the gouge door is kind of this space between these two chambers.
And that's where the spider's got his. That's where he is.
Yeah, the
He's
spider.
in this room.
Yeah.
He's in the empty meat cellar.
Okay.
The spider is in the empty meat cellar, and Breck is trying to hold the door and get it spiked. So let's do a contested roll here. As I said, it has a nature of 5, but it also has a might of 4 against your might of 3. So
Does the fact that we sacrificed our kobold compatriot to get some of the door spiked already play into this at all?
in the health test, no, probably not.
Okay.
So Lee, you're going to roll your health plus any. I mean, Violet, you're there. I suppose you could help. You know, as you see Breck trying to spike this door, you see the spider legs coming like through the door and shit. You could help him try to hold
here's
the
what
door.
I'm doing. Okay. I'm just like dragging. Like you said, there's a bunch of furniture and shit around there, right?
Yes.
You said that room had a bunch of
Yeah,
stuff
both,
laying around.
both the
So
spicy
I'm starting
cellar
to,
and
like,
the
drag whatever wood and like just chunks of chairs or whatever table legs over to where he's at, so that if we have to, I can catch it on fire. Because
Okay.
I have survivalist, and I can
Stick
build
it up.
fire. Really good.
Put it up against the door as a barricade, and then we'll just set it on fire. After
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
That's an issue.
Okay.
Burn this damn place down.
Yeah, so
she can use the wood to brace the door, and we can
Yeah.
we can always light it on fire. If we
Yep.
have to.
So I'm going to consider that.
Yeah.
I'm going to consider that help for Breck's test here. So, Violet, you'll be able to pass him an extra dice for the help trying to barricade the door. But what's going to determine, I think, at this point, if there's a conflict or not with the spider, is if Breck can successfully spike the door shut at this point.
Okay.
Oh, Pingsley tosses his hammer down to the 11 people. He says, "Here, catch it. Give this to Breck, the big man, the one that's good." He throws it down, and I continue putting the casks
Doesn't
of
he
beer
already
and
have a
stuff
hammer?
on the.
How's he already doing this?
Yeah,
You
I've
do
already
have a
got-
hammer?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Then you have the tools for the job as well.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
That's an extra die.
I'll allow that. Yeah. The tools would count.
Because that would happen. That could easily happen.
Okay, so it sounds like Lee, so
Watch,
far
coming
you've got one help dice from Angie, and then you're going to get another dice, you know, from having the tools, the hammer and the spikes, to see if you can spike it. So that's plus 2 dice so far.
Right. My health is 5, and I'm going to use my heart of battle trait. So that's
Okay, that'll work. So that'll be plus 3. And it has a nature of 5, so it gets 5 dice, but it has a might of 4, which is one higher than yours, so it's going to get 6 dice. And I think that's it. 6 dice.
think you have to take into account my condition.
Yes, that is a factor. It would be -1 success, I believe.
So it'd be a 7 dice then?
No,
Or
it's
No,
gonna
no,
be
he
with a
rolls
-1
6.
success.
Or would
Or
that?
he has 8 dice though, right?
Or actually, I think that would just be -1 dice, I believe.
For which condition?
For exhausted?
I can roll 7
Oh.
or I can roll 8. It's up to you.
Yeah, it's a factor in all tests except resources circles and recovery.
I can just roll 7 dice. That's going to make it easier.
Yeah, let me look at something real quick. I need to clarify in the exhaustion thing whether it's -1 success or -1 dice in this instance. I know that's -1 one success when you roll for disposition for conflicts. But let's see. Exhaustion.
Yeah. I'm not sure how factors work with versus tests like that.
Yeah, it says in a versus or obstacle 0 test,
It's
you suffer
probably
-1 success penalty to your roll.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So whatever you roll, just reduce your number of successes by 1.
All right. Good luck.
All right, so it gets 6 dice. Just roll whenever you're ready. Brett gets 2 successes. It gets 3. Anything you can do after the roll there, Lee? You got any fate points to re-roll that 1-6?
I do. Burn a fate point.
Okay. Then you get to re-roll 1 die. And you can just click the 1d6 macro there at the bottom left of your screen. If it's on your screen there. Oh, you rolled a 1. Alright, so Breck, as your
Well, aren't successes in favor of the heroes because you can always make the, or rather, in favor of the person who made the test because you can use a trait against yourself to break it in favor of the enemy.
well, he already used a trait and to help himself, though.
I know, but you can use a trait. My point is though that implies that it's already in his favor, right? That it's broken in his favor.
No, because it's a versus test.
Right, but you can break versus tests.
There's
in
not a tie,
favor
though,
of the
Alex.
enemy.
Remember, Brett got -1 success because of exhausted, so he got 2 successes. And it got 3. So the twist here is that Breck, as you're trying to spike the door, and Violet, as you're trying to help him by barricading the door, the spider, basically the door flings open, knocks you guys off of your feet, and it's this gigantic form of this black spider comes through the door. So this is
Are
basically
the other people up the ladder yet?
no. They're well, yeah. I mean the survivors there. Some of them may be up the ladder, but they all begin screaming now. Ah, shit! When they see the spider.
That's good. That's more targets for the spider.
Okay. Thinks Breck to himself.
Serious. I'm like, all right, we may have a chance to survive here. There's lots of easy prey.
Okay, it's time to break out the word of binding. I got a spell.
Well.
Wait a minute. That's what you should have used on the door.
So what this is going to do, it's going to trigger a conflict. Okay. And here's the conflict rules for you.
Drive off.
So what's the plan here, folks?
Drive off.
I want to use the word of binding, though. Can't I just use that before we go into choose anything like this?
No,
and
you should have used word of binding when the door thing came up. If you did that,
well, I could still put a rope around the spider.
Doesn't really work. Yeah.
A creature held with rope secured by the word of binding could cut the rope to free itself, but a spider can't do that.
But the creature has to be subdued
that
first.
cannot come undone until the spell expires.
And
they have to be subdued first.
Yeah, word of binding is not really a conflict or combat type of spell.
Now, if you'd done that to the door, then he wouldn't have been able to break open the door.
Well, I was just letting him do his thing. I thought he could do it.
Okay. I say we drive this. I say we drive off.
I say we flee. because we can flee as a group.
Or we could drive it off with fire. Start.
If
We could break out some freaking torches and start freaking burning that thing.
If we flee, would we be able to get up the ladder and secure that door?
Really depends on the outcome of the flea conflict. If you beat it in the flea conflict, you would, get away. But it really has to do with how well you do in the conflict, as far as what disposition there is at the end.
I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea.
The outcome is.
Well, flee is scout. What is it? What's the two?
Scout or rider.
Rider. Okay, so.
Okay, here's what I think. Okay. What if we did two separate conflicts, right? So, so Violet and Breck do a drive-off conflict on the spider to try and keep it back, while Pingsley and the prisoners
do a flee?
Yeah, because essentially what that would be me pulling them up the ladder with like ropes and stuff, and
can we do
you
that,
guys
Sean?
fighting them
Split
off
like that? Split it up like that?
We can. It might get a little complicated, but yeah.
It would be two separate conflicts, and I mean, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that complicated, Dad. I mean, basically all it is I would be choosing 3 actions against the spiders, 3 actions against the prisoners, and then Breck and Violet with their 3 actions against the. Or maybe it could be me versus the prisoners. I don't know. It depends on how you want to interpret that. Because if it's Breck and Violet versus the spider, then that would mean that they're driving off the spider. If it were me and the prisoners versus the spider, that means the spider would be coming after us. And then if it were me versus the prisoners, then that would mean that it would basically be the prisoners panicking while I'm trying to pull them up. I think that's just in my opinion what the options are.
Well, what is Pingsley's goal basically here?
Pingsley's goal is to pull as many prisoners up to the top and get them out the door as fast as possible.
Okay. Well, I don't think that should be a conflict. I think in order to do that, you would just not take part in the drive-off conflict with the spider, essentially, in order to try to save the prisoners from having to be part of the...
I mean, unless he ran back down the ladder and wanted to take part, right?
No, but I don't want to fight the spider.
Yeah, because you're injured.
But then what does that imply for the prisoners then? Like, if they fail the conflict,
well, I would say that
imply for them?
I would say that during the compromise, then that the prisoners just would not be part of the compromise of the conflict. In other words, none of them would be eaten or whatever.
Okay. You know what?
Well, let's do that. That sounds good. That's a good idea, man. For you to help the prisoners get the hell out of there, and for me and Violet to try to drive this thing away.
Okay, that sounds good to me too.
It makes sense, really.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, just like what we would really do.
Yeah.
That's probably what we would do.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, well, good luck, folks. So here's what we're going to do. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to make this a drive-off conflict. So we're going to determine disposition at this point. So disposition for drive off is a fighter roll. And the result of the successes of the fighter roll are added to the base health of the person who's rolling for disposition here.
The fighter?
The spider, I think, for drive off, let's see, has a automatic starting disposition of only 5, actually. So I'm assuming that, Lee, you're probably going to make the roll for disposition, right?
Sure, as long as I can get some help from Violet.
Mm-hmm, of course.
What do I need to give you?
Oh, you can help me with fighter, I believe.
Yeah, I got 3 fighter.
Okay, so let's see. My fighter's 4. What else can I use to add to that?
Virtually anything. I mean, you could use a trait.
Yeah, I'll use. Definitely use Heart of Battle.
Yeah, you can also use whatchamacallit, Persona dice for the roll.
I don't have any Persona. I have plenty of faith.
Okay.
I am out of both, by the way.
So we never. Oh, I guess we're weekend. Right. So let's see. So it's Art of Battle, and then I have 4 is Fighter, and she can help me with Fighter, so that's 6. Okay.
It's tough. That's tough, but you can do it.
That's it. I think it's 6, right? 6. Okay. Alright, so, is that right?
I think that sounds right.
So, alright.
You're gonna have to roll good though, because the spider has a starting disposition of 5. Look at that.
Nice, very nice.
Wow.
Hold on. I think one of them is a 6.
2 of them are 6s.
No,
Oh,
one of
then
them.
I'll definitely.
He's got
Oh.
1 6, 2 5,
Also
2
though,
4s.
you're exhausted, so that's actually 4 successes.
So I'll burn a fate point and re-roll that 6.
Okay.
Let me double check that disposition thing.
Oh
for
yeah,
exhausted.
it's another one. He got another one. So he does
Cool.
have 5.
Nice. Exhausted disposition.
So the shield, and it's like raw. It smashes into this thing's face,
That's nice. Yeah.
smashing it through the door.
Let me just double check the exhausted thing here. If you're exhausted and you roll for disposition, you suffer a -1 success penalty. Yeah, that's right. So with
So
6
you still have
successes,
5.
that's -1, so it's 5 to 5. So it's an even fight starting out here.
Oh,
Yeah, so-
did
Well,
everyone
he
need to
hasn't
clear
even.
their
You haven't
goals?
rolled yet, though.
Right, so that's what we need to do now. Is what is the team's goal here? Exactly.
Well, wait, don't you have to roll 5 dice?
Nope.
For the.
You already did it.
Monsters usually they'll have 4 different types of conflicts where they have an automatic starting disposition.
Off.
Yeah, and so these spiders, the spider has an automatic 5 starting with
I
this here.
see. So it's a tie.
It is. It's
So
kind
what
of
does
like,
that mean?
well, the spider is going to have 5 hit points.
So you killed it.
What?
So we
No.
killed it.
No. This is just the starting disposition mod. This is how many hit points each side has.
And then you and Breck,
Um,
Violet and Breck will have to split up their 5 between them. So one will have 3 and one will have 2.
Right.
Give him the 3 since
Let's
he's in
set
worse
this up
condition
like
than
this
me.
here.
Pretty good rolls, though.
Yeah, very
Excellent.
good.
Excellent rolls. You may have just saved your asses right here, just with the disposition roll.
It's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
Give Breck 3 and give me 2.
Okay.
Tis a good beginning.
All right. So now I'm going to choose 3 actions for the spider. Let's see here, and you guys can. Once I do that, you guys can discuss what 3 actions you want to take. Let's see.
What's our choices, guys? For actions, is it just the normal thing?
Use the deck over there, Lee. The conflict deck, you can press when you hover over it, press choose, and it'll show you. It's defend, maneuver, feint, or attack.
We're trying to drive it off. Shouldn't we attack this thing?
Well, I mean, it's the same in all positions. So, like, even in social conflicts or anything like that, they're all the same. So, I mean, you really should act on how you think the spider will act. If you think the spider's just going to be attack, then feint is the one that like allows you to go through and attack, right? Is that it, or is it?
If you look at the little table up here, it shows you. So, let's see. Attack trumps feint. So in other words, if you attack and the enemy feints, they don't get to roll. And feint trumps defend. So if the team, if the enemy gets feint and you defend, you don't get to roll.
What about maneuver? What trumps maneuver?
nothing trumps maneuver. Most of these, it'll be either a versus test or an independent test. A versus test is, we look at we roll, and then whoever gets the larger margin of success wins, basically. And an independent roll, both rolls are made with the number of successes applying as damage to the enemy's disposition.
I don't see us.
Did this thing just tear through the kobolds? Apparently so, right?
Yeah. That or it just left them alone for the bigger meat.
Well, I chose my card, but I don't see my face anymore.
Oh, wait. But Dad has to choose his cards first.
I am. Hold on. I need to look at the...
Whose card is that?
Mine.
Then why is it under the spider?
Because I can't see myself or anything anymore on my screen. When he put that... Oh.
Okay.
That's mine.
No, that's mine. I just put that out there. Did you drag that out?
Yep.
Okay, we need to start this over then. Hold on, let me put my cards out first. Hold on.
Okay. Got it.
And
How many cards did you get?
okay, so now you guys can discuss what cards you want to put out.
So what are you thinking?
Attack. Because doesn't the chain armor give me like a +1 or something?
Yes, it can absorb 1 damage.
I'm thinking I should attack.
And you want to attack?
Well, you mean do I go 3 times?
Well, we go 3 times basically. It
Yeah,
goes 3. It
let's
goes
do
3
it.
times. We go 3 times.
If that's what you want to do, yeah. I think we should try to kill it. We can do 5 hit points, I think.
Well, the goal here is to drive it off, right? So, I mean, is that the general idea here?
Absolutely.
Like drive the spider back into the caves or something?
Yeah.
And if we kill
it,
if we kill it while we're driving it off, that's fine. But yeah, we're trying to drive it back into the cave for sure, man.
Okay. Spider's goal is lunch.
What you want there, Breck? Do you want me to grab it for you?
Yeah, for some reason, it won't let me choose a.
You want attacks too, then?
Yeah, just do two attacks.
There we go. Okay. And do you want me to do the last 2, or you want to do the first 2, or how's that work, Sean?
You're just gonna take turns. Just one of you can't do 2 actions in a row.
Oh, I see.
basically.
So he goes, I go, then he goes. Okay.
All right. Why can't I click on the freaking thing here? Hold on, I need to reload my page, I think.
Same thing with caverns.
Yeah, if that happens, if you just reload the page, it should work. Just hit F5.
Yeah, I'm reloading right now.
There we go, that worked. Okay, so drive the spider back into the caves, and the spider's end goal is lunch.
Had plenty of lunch. A diet, man. Damn.
Okay, so here we go on the first action.
Plug in.
Okay, it is attack versus maneuver, which is a versus test. Okay, and the attack action for a drive off. Where's my, oh, I reloaded the page. Let's look at the conflict table here. So for drive off, an attack is a fighter test.
4.
Oh, now wait a minute. We forgot something, I think, in the disposition roll. So you should have added the number of successes to Breck's health, as a matter of fact.
Ooh.
Yeah. What is Breck's health?
So, my health is 5.
So you guys should have 10 then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna kick this thing's ass.
Dad, don't forget that the spider is 1 higher than us on my...
It is might 4. That is true.
Wait,
Which
I don't
also-
understand. Where's
which
the
also-
health go?
which also affects disposition, right, Alex?
Is that on the sheet? We're supposed to put 10 health somewhere?
Maybe.
Should be-
I
should
can
be
check that
nine.
for you. One.
Yeah, I think it should be 9.
It'll be reflected in our little hit points on our
Oh,
tokens.
so we get to get some more then?
It gets +1 dice on all of its rolls, basically, since it's might 4, and you guys are
Sean, will
might
you give
3.
us some more little yellow guys then?
No, you don't. Oh, yeah, actually. So with 9, one of you should have 5, and one of you should have 4.
4.
So Breck is going to have 5.
Beautiful.
Violet's going to have 4.
Now, how come we got that? I forgot what you were saying. What?
It's because when
you add.
Yeah, you add a base ability. It's usually either health or will. You add that score to the roll. We just forgot to do that.
Oh my lord. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I believe
I have a good health. I mean, that's
Mm-hmm.
strong health because of my fighter trait. So
Good. Awesome.
and Alex, I'm not actually sure that might factors into disposition. Actually, it's just rolls during combat. So the
I don't
spider's gonna
either. It was just
yeah.
a reminder.
Yep, so the spider's going to get +1. And let me make sure. So Brett got 4 or 5 successes total, right? So it actually should be 10. All right, that could make a difference.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Slap another hit point on
Okay.
Violet.
So the spider gets to roll its nature of 5.
Give me another hit point first.
Already did. You're at 4. Or actually, you should have one more, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Now we're looking good. We got this.
All right. So the spider has a nature of 5. It gets 5 dice +1 dice because of its might. So it gets a 6 dice on this roll. Bracky rolling fighter.
So I have 4, and I can use.
I believe Violet has fighter too, so she
Oh
can
yeah,
help.
I can help.
So that's 5, and then I can use quick-witted as a trait or heart of battle. Either one.
Yep, and that's a once per session thing. So make sure you mark it
So-
that you
Okay,
used
so
it.
so I'll use witted. So that's
6.
5, 6. So that's 6.
So you guys, what happens is the spider comes to the door and starts kind of climbing up the wall, up above you onto the ceiling. Looks like it's just trying to gain an advantageous position to pounce upon one of you. I think Breck, you said you pull out your sword and your shield, and you're like, oh, you're just going to fight it from where you are and try to...
I stab it right in this soft abdomen area.
Yeah. And Violet, she's got her bow out. She's probably going to plunk it with an arrow, right?
Oh yeah.
Right, one of its
Oh, yeah.
spider eyes.
All right, so you got fighter 4, +1 for the quick-witted, and +1 for Violet. So that's 6 dice, I believe, and it gets 6 also.
Not bad. There's 3.
And hold on, I need to. Well, okay, so he's got 5. So should I even burn the fate point to re-roll the 6? Probably, right?
You can.
Yeah.
It is only 1/6 though. I don't know.
You don't lose the 6, right? That you already have.
Saying even if I get 4 successes, he's got 5. So is it going to make a difference?
No.
Yeah. So okay.
I mean, it could make a difference. I mean, he'd have 1 point compared to the 2 that he has now. But is the fate point really worth the -1 die that you'll be receiving in the future? I'm not sure.
I don't think I wait. Maybe you might be able to use it later.
Righty.
So.
All right, so it gets a margin of success of 2. So basically, it can use that to either impede you. Let me look at the maneuver card here. Impede you -1 dice, or gain position +2 dice on its next action. I think it's actually just going to use impede and give you guys -1 dice on your next action. So that's you, Violet.
Okay.
Okay, so Violet, you're going to be taking the
Okay.
next action. Breck's going to be taking the third action over here.
I got a 3 fighter. Take one for
Alright.
him, and I think I only get 4 dice.
Well, let's see what the cards are here.
Can help you too.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Can help.
Yeah,
Attack
I do.
versus attack is an independent test, so all successes in these rolls are going to do damage to the other side's disposition.
I can't help.
Oh, you can help.
Yeah, but that only gives me 4 because I only have a 3 fighter.
Oh, wait.
But what do you have any traits? What are your traits?
My traits: calm, loner. Nope.
Are we assuming there's a light source?
I have a candle on the
Um,
ground.
The lantern is sitting in the room, basically.
Oh, right.
that's right.
And
Yeah,
a
these
candle.
light sources are not right on this screen here.
The lantern's in the room.
Your bow does something in regards to this, doesn't it, Mom?
I think
Yeah.
it does.
Oh, I get +1 for chain armor.
I think your bow.
I don't know. Sean, what's my bow do here on attack?
It's under your
Oh,
character.
yeah.
It's
Attack
right.
against attack is a versus test.
Angie, it's attached to your little, those little cards down at the bottom of the screen there. Just click on
Yeah.
that above your name, and your bow is there. You can just click on it to enlarge it.
Hold on.
Special, against all weapons except bow and crossbow, attack against attack is a versus test, not an independent test.
Yeah.
That's good for you.
So what does that mean?
It means that whoever gets the most number of successes in this roll is going to do that much damage to the other side, rather than
Instead of both of you just dealing the damage to each other.
equal to the number of successes, you know.
Well, that's fine, but I'm trying to ask you: is my bow going to do any additional damage? Like, do I get another die? Like, because I got
No, that's what the
I
bow
got
does.
4 dice plus my chain armor gives me 1 more, right? That's
No,
fine.
the
No,
chain armor
no,
doesn't
the
give you
chain-
+1.
The chain will absorb a point of damage that you take,
Oh, yes. Okay, so
Mhm.
I got 4 dice. That's it, right?
and then I'm helping you, so that's 5 dice.
Well, no,
Well,
I
she's
only
only
have
got
a
3
3
fighter.
But she's only got 3 fighter.
So I think I
Right.
only have 4 dice. All right, well, I'm gonna roll 4.
It gets 6.
Oh, shoot. Maybe you shouldn't use the bow then.
Well, of course you should use the bow. You'll always want a versus test.
No, you
Fucking
don't,
attack
because
versus
in this
attack.
case, if it wins, then
Did
it does
1.
damage, and we don't.
1 damage.
So you don't want to use the bow. You only want to use the bow when they have less dice than you.
Well,
Well, I just did it. I have one. Take off a little yellow thing off of him.
No, because it's a versus test, and he does 3 damage to us instead. See?
What?
it got 3 more successes than you did.
So yeah, you don't want to use the bow. Use the dagger, I guess.
Do we want to redo this? Because I think Alex is right,
Yeah.
actually, since you're at
Yeah,
such a
he's right.
disadvantage.
Plus, I screwed up because I have a -1.
No,
Why?
you don't get a -1.
Yes, I
Oh,
did.
yeah,
There's a
because
-1 by
I'm
my
impeded.
face.
So we should redo
Oh,
it.
that's
Let her,
right.
Let,
Yeah,
let
I
her
forgot
use
about that. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
the dagger, and then that's a reroll.
We'll get better at this.
3 plus 1 from my help is 4. -1 is only 3 dice. So you're saying use the dagger?
I mean, it's the same either way. In the future, though, Mom, you do have the bow and the dagger. Remember that you get bonus dice. You get 2 bonus dice with maneuver actions with your bow. And with your dagger, if you maneuver, then
I'm not maneuvering. I'm
disarms
attacking
people.
right now, though.
I know, but you need to keep that in mind for your future
So
movement.
I know, but does it matter if I use a bow or a dagger right now? I'm getting very confused.
No, it does not.
Okay, so I just need to roll 3 dice, I believe. Okay, so I understand what you're saying, Alex. Okay.
Well, actually, Angie, you
Two
get
successes.
3 for fighter.
That's
and
better
plus
than what I
1,
had an extra die before.
but you get +1 for Breck, right?
Minus
Correct,
1
so-
for impeded.
But minus
Minus
1
1.
puts me
Thank
at
you.
3.
All right, I'll reroll for the spider too then. It gets 6. Well, that's better. Okay, so the spider's going to take 2
And I'm going to take 3, right?
from the dagger.
Yes.
Right, but your chainmail
That takes 1.
will absorb 1 of those.
So I take 2.
And then I roll a
Yeah.
6-sided dice to see if your armor is damaged on a 4 or higher.
Was much better. Good job.
Okay, so your armor's damaged,
Much better.
which means it's unusable. So
Oh, it is damaged. My chain armor.
Yeah.
So do I have to take it out of, like, just take it off, like, uncheck it?
Now, what I'll do is, yeah, you can remove that chain armor from your character there, and I'm just going
Yeah.
to give you damaged chain. There you go. You can just leave it like that to show that it's damaged.
Well, I'm just
All
going
right.
to put in my notes down here, damaged in parentheses. I
Alright, so
took it off.
Violet fearlessly attacks the spider with her dagger.
Stabs into one of its eyes.
Yeah. Alright, next action. Oh. Look at that. So feint versus attack. Attack trumps feint. Doesn't get to roll, Lee.
Yay!
Oh my god, who rolled a 6?
Chop it.
That was for your damage roll to see if your armor was
Oh.
damaged, and it was.
Spidery face.
So here we go.
Alright, so fighter 4, I assume.
Yeah, of course I'm helping you
You
with
guys are
1,
eight.
so you got
Let's-
5. Plus you get a +1 for something, right?
I think it's just 5, and then I get a -1 success
For what?
because of my
Exhausted.
condition.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Nice.
Yeah!
Oh!
Very nice.
Yes. So that's 3 successes.
That killed it, didn't it?
Chop its,
Wonderfully
made it-
done.
I chop its face right off with the sword.
Yeah, so Breck, you like stab it, you know, this black blood comes squirting down on you, and it kind of falls off the ceiling and starts skittering towards the caves back in the other direction.
Nice.
And all the people are
Very
still
good.
screaming, ah! Pinksley's helping them get up the ladder.
All right, here's what I do. I grab the dog and I give it to Breck and I say, hand the dog up, hand Captain Jack up.
Well,
The
wait,
things like-
it's hold on. It's a compromise now.
Right.
Oh,
So-
sorry.
Yep. We'll get to the action, back to the action here in a moment. So the team's disposition winds up with 8 out of 10 at the end of the conflict. The enemy's disposition
Phenomenal.
is 0 out of 5.
Crush
so-
you, spider!
Yeah, so since you guys only lost a couple, it's just going to be a minor compromise. Which usually just has to do probably with conditions. Obviously, I don't think it's going to eat either of you for lunch. Perhaps if you were injured, maybe, but probably not. So let's go with,
Hungry, thirsty?
let's see, so it'd be hungry, thirsty, exhausted. Well, Breck's already exhausted. How about if we make Violet?
I'm the one who took the damage, though.
It doesn't really matter.
Oh.
You are the one. I mean, it actually kind of might matter. So
It matters.
and I can take suggestions here too. What would you suggest, Alex?
I feel like
Hungry,
I think Breck handled himself
yeah,
very well
I
here.
mean,
Like, I don't know if
you
he would
lost
even be
the
hurt.
2 disposition.
I think I should just be hungry and thirsty, man. I'm still alive.
Let me see where. What page was
Unless you want to make me afraid. I don't know. It was kind of freaky.
I think it's
I
just
just
gonna be it's gonna be a couple of conditions probably is what it is. And really the only
Yeah,
bad
it's
thing that
not-
happened there with the little fight with the spider was the damaged chainmail. So it's just gonna be a little bit worse than that. Let's see, a minor compromise. If the winner lost less than half the disposition, the loser is owed a minor compromise. The loser may ask for a small part of his goal or something related to it. Minor compromises can be used to set up a follow-up conflict or to apply changes to the winner's condition, making the winner angry or exhausted, for example. In a drive-in,
well,
drive-off
oh,
conflict.
Exhausted or angry, right?
If the GM
Well, check-
loses,
how about this?
Mhm.
Since it says that a minor compromise is lost a little, the loser may ask for a small part of his goal or something related to it. What if the spider drags off a child and we get, I don't know, hungry and thirsty or something?
I like
What?
it.
You know? their goal is. I mean, his goal is lunch. You know.
Yeah, so it should maybe
So like
get a
an
small
arm goes
part of
out
its goal.
off the ceiling and picks up a child and scurries down the
Yeah, so as it comes off the ceiling and
No,
Breck's
don't make-
stabbing at it and shit, bashing it with his shield, maybe it does grab
Grabs
one
an
of the
old
children.
lady.
Yeah.
It grabs an old lady.
All right, let's go with that. It grabs an old lady, and she's screaming, ah! And it goes kind of skittering off as Breck is slashing at it with his sword. Skitters off into the darkness with the old lady. You can hear her screaming, ah!
Okay, you've lived a good long life. All right, let's get the hell out of here.
Right. Okay, so you guys get up back into the inn proper.
Now I spike the door.
Now he spikes the door, yes. You do. Mark off any spikes, if you would.
He
It'll
must be out of spikes now.
We'll just take a couple. I think you have a couple spikes left, I believe, right?
I have.
I used my last 2 there on that.
Okay,
on that.
Oh,
that'll
yeah.
work. Yeah, just take off those 2 iron spikes. That'll be sufficient. And so now you're back up into the inn with all these terrified prisoners, former prisoners, and they're all like, "What the hell was that? It was the size of a horse.
Right,
I've
spider.
never seen a spider that big." All the children are crying.
Don't worry, we made it bleed.
What happened to Velma? Where is she?
We'll go back down. We'll find her. Don't worry. But first, we have to rest. We can only save groups of you all at once.
Meanwhile, Pingsley,
Exhausting.
Pingsley, he's got his commander cap on. He's got steward too, so he knows how to handle people and tell them what to do. He's like commanding the kids to put the treasure on the sled and prepare it. He's like, no, you must tie the rope like this. And then he ties the rope for the kid and he like sends the kid off. Useless. Look, we need to get out of here. What was that thing down there? I don't even really care. Just leave. We're leaving.
So that actually advances the adventure phase by 1. So the grind goes to turn 4, which means that you all earn a condition.
Camp.
Pingsley, since you're already hungry and thirsty, you get exhausted.
Well, I'm not hungry and thirsty because I drank, so I'm now hungry and thirsty.
Oh, okay. Well, you
Remember he drank back there a
And
while back.
Violet and Breck would earn hungry and thirsty in the adventure phase.
Let's camp. We need to camp.
I suggest we head back to town.
I think we should camp first so I can try to heal your injury first.
Well, we
let's-
get to use all of our checks. How many checks do we even have right now?
I've got checks.
I think Violet has 3 checks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we get to use all of our checks if we go back to town, so it's basically like a free camp phase and then town phase. We need to get these people back, man. We need to get them back to town. They need proper care.
Oh, by the way, Agatha, Ronwald's wife, Captain Jack goes up to her. He's all like tail wagging and shit, and he's looking at her, and
Oh
she's like,
my
"Oh,
God.
Rufus, you found Rufus."
It's Captain Jack, and he's
Damn, that
ours.
was my dog.
And now he's
What
ours.
the hell?
She's like, "I'm sorry, Ronwald would be very disappointed. See, he loves this dog."
Oh,
Damn it.
we'll make
Yeah,
you a
so-
deal. If we find Rottwald, we get the dog.
I said, we saved the dog. Do you mind if we keep it, ma'am? I planned on training it.
Captain Jack barks at you. Roof. Well, he seems to like you.
He loves
Is he-
us because we
He's-
saved his ass.
He's a good
Since
boy.
I saved you, can that at least be my reward to keep Captain Jack, ma'am? I've kind of grown fond of him.
Look,
Well, I'd hate to agree to that without consulting my husband. He loves this dog, she says.
Well, I'll
Look,
have
I
to
like all
ask
the-
him when we get back to town.
the bargaining and stuff's real great. I really enjoy it, but we should probably leave. This place is overrun by kobolds. Now there's a giant thing down there.
Hold on, let's
Okay, so I assume you have the sled ready?
I do.
think for a second. Okay, so we've got the 2 portions of silver. We've got the beer,
Pearls.
the pearls.
We got the pearls. We got
damaged chainmail that could be repaired.
Is that going to be enough for us to actually do something in town, Sean?
Yeah. All told,
I got
I think
1D of silver in my.
Yeah, all told, I think you guys have 2 dice of silver. The pearl choker's worth probably about 2 dice, so that's 4. And then each of the 4 casks of beer is worth 2, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 dice.
Yeah, we have 12 dice, man. That's good.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, considering that you guys have resources 0, you're going to have to relying on those 12 dice to make any kind of lifestyle checks in town.
I have a haggler. I have a haggler skill.
Yes, you also have haggler, and we have 3 checks already. So we may not need to do too much recovery anyways. What I'm thinking, I mean, we haven't done a town phase. Nobody really knows for sure yet, with our experience with Torchbearer, how much treasure we're going to need. I think this is a great starting point. I think we should get back to town, if nothing else, because these 11 people need to get back.
Well, if I may make a suggestion, I know a little how the town phase works, and having resources 0 going back with 12 dice could be problematic, especially with the conditions you guys have built up. The thing is you guys need to resupply. You need, oil. You need, maybe some food. And all this stuff is going to just cost money in the market just to resupply. Not even taking into consideration accommodations like in the flop house or whatever. It lets you make some free recovery tests and stuff like that.
Let me ask you a question. If we were to camp here, is there enough? Is there oil or is there? Can we have enough stuff here so we can continue dungeoning?
Well, the only supplies per se that are left in the inn itself is just drink.
There's no oil? Surely they have oil for their lanterns.
No.
Torches?
If it was taken by the kobolds.
I have a question. Because
we could just go into town and resupply and then leave?
Yeah.
You can, but if you're not going to, purchase any accommodations, you're going to have to stay in the streets. And there's a role associated with that, and bad things can happen. But
you don't think we can trade our beer for a night in a single room and then use?
Well, that's basically what we'd be doing.
Well,
I mean, that's what the dice and treasure basically translates to.
That's right. They're going to be everything you do in town takes a resource test, and since you have 0 resources, at least everybody's first resource test is going to be relying on treasure. But as soon as you pass or fail your first resource test, you'll get 1. Your resources will increase by 1, so you'll get that 1 die.
I guess we don't have any choice.
Dad, we're not that bad off. That's why we should go back to town now, because first of all, we get a resource point, right? Like after the town phase, we learn resource rating, right?
Yeah, and all kinds of unpredictable shit can happen in town too. It's basically rolling on some charts and tables. And Lee, just so you know, haggling specifically has to do with the market, haggling over prices at the market, basically.
Sure.
Okay. So just for example, like depending on how you roll on the haggling table, it could be anything. If you roll high, it could be anything like called. I'm looking at the table right now. So a 14 is a good find. You take double the value of one piece of kit or salvage traded in. Or if you roll bad, it could be something like, we know you. Next time you come to this town, increase all prices by gear for gear by 1. So it affects market things, market prices, haggling does specifically.
Can I ask a quick question that's bugging me?
I'm going to step away for just a minute, okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, so with the conditions, with Hungry Thirsty, this doesn't make sense to me at all. Because all we've done for 3 days, and we've been here for 3 days, is drink something. We have not eaten anything. We have not cooked anything.
Yes, we did. We've been eating our rations. You guys have been eating your rations faster than I can cook them.
I haven't eaten anything.
And I think you guys have been here for 2 days. You arrived, you fought some kobolds.
I cooked something when we first camped.
Yeah, you camped once, and that was kind of like overnight kind of a thing. So this is the 2nd day you guys have been here now.
Yeah, we've only been here for maybe 24 hours total.
Probably.
Well, all I am is hungry and thirsty. I can drink something right now. There's free beer right there. I'm drinking it. Hello, goodbye.
Well, I can cook,
and
which
I can
I'd like
heal
to do.
your injury.
Yes, that's correct. That's my point. I mean, that's why we should go back to town, because if we go back to town with more conditions, I mean, ideally what you want to do when you go back to town is have no conditions, which
Right,
we
so we
might be
camp
able to
first.
reasonably, well, okay, when you go back to town, you get to use your checks. So it's basically camping for free.
Yeah, you get to use your checks before you enter town.
Exactly.
If
So
you
you
go to the town
basically
phase.
camp then town. That's part of the town phase. So the thing is that if we can manage to get in there free, if we can somehow manage to get Breck's exhaustion out of the way and my injured, then we are 12 dice in the profit. That's 12 dice in profit.
That's why we should camp now, and then I can try to
No,
heal.
that's why we should go back to the town, because then we can use our check so that you can heal us, and then we can use our profit. You see, town is preceded by a camp. It's camp then town. They're the one and the same.
Yeah, technically so. I mean, you don't get to do everything that you normally get to do in camp, but yeah.
So you're saying before we go in the town, we automatically camp? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, basically, yes.
You can use your checks in the town phase before you enter town. You can use your checks for recovery tests specifically.
Yeah, which I mean that's what camping is, anyways, right? I mean, you can't really do much.
If you have checks left
aren't
over
these
from your
people that have
adventure,
been sitting in those cages going to need food too? Like that's why Pingsley should cook right now. We should just take care of this.
That's part of camping. Yeah,
the main difference is, Alex, with the checks in town, you can only use those checks for recovery tests. That's it.
Yeah.
So Violet can use a check for a healing test, or
I know.
I know, but you guys aren't listening to what I'm saying. We are we are in the inn proper with 11 people that are ill, sick. I don't even know if they're going to make it to town unless they at least eat something. Like, I'm trying to be logical here. You can't drag them on a 5-mile or 5-hour journey with no food. I mean, they're not going to make it.
Okay, if that's, that's fine.
There's extra beer and liquor here. We liquor them up.
Exactly. We can camp. So we can camp and then we can go to town if you want to do that.
I did remove everybody's hungry and thirsty because of the supply of beer up here.
Okay.
We all drink many beers of celebration. We got away from the giant spider.
I don't know why I took that instinct then. I mean, my instinct also gets rid of hungry and thirsty for free. I don't know why.
Well, it's just it's a component of the adventure.
Well, that's a great thing to have, Kingsley, because normally we wouldn't be swimming in beer.
Speaking of which, can we salvage more of these casks?
No, there are only 4 of the sour beer casks down there.
Yeah, but where are we getting all this beer?
Just from what you can scrounge up from the inn upstairs.
Well, can we scrounge up more?
Well, it's not. It's just swill. It's not worth anything.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, this innkeeper, we're gonna have to steal her stuff, and hopefully she doesn't realize it, but that's okay.
No, she's fine with it, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Jeez. We're also probably gonna have to leave her husband because this is.
No. We tell her the truth. We've got to go back into town and resupply, and when we do, we'll come back and we'll try to find her husband.
Yeah.
I mean, there's more stuff to explore down here, so
that's true.
We've got to go back into town. We have to resupply, and when we do, we'll come back and we'll attempt to find her husband.
Yeah. So I guess let's do that.
She seems to be okay with that. I mean, it's not like she has a choice.
Let's go back to town and use our checks then to get rid of the injured and exhausted, hopefully.
Okay, cool. So let's take over to town then, shall we? Let's see. So
Mom, are you good with that?
I'm sorry, I went to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, we're going back to town, and then we're going to use our checks for the exhausted and injured.
Okay, so when you say going back to town, are we talking about Griffenholm then? The city?
Oh, Riveri.
Riveri, yeah. We're going back to Riveri, and then they can do what they want there.
Okay. Riveri may be somewhat limited into what they have here.
So if that's the case, we make sure the people get to Riveri, and then we move on to Griffenholm.
Let's see, in Riveri, what do I have here?
We could also head down to Bogwatch. I mean, we have a free place to stay with the dude and his daughter down there.
Yeah, some of these smaller towns, they may not have things like a hotel, which is kind of a more high-end accommodation. Some of them, they don't have temples where you can get religious services or you can pray. They won't have guild halls, or they may to a certain extent for brewers, butchers, bakers, things like that, but they won't have higher-end stuff like blacksmith guilds and stuff like that. So Reverie and some of these other smaller towns like Bogwatch, Hendart, and things like that, they're not going to be. It usually has to do with accommodations. There's not going to be more upper, like inns and hotels and things like that. But it's no issue to get back to Griffenholm, to get back to the city, which would have everything that you need.
You
know,
we make sure the 11 people at least get to Reverie.
Okay.
I make sure that I have my my string of cobalt ears.
Okay.
With me.
Yeah, and at this point you can all also add Agatha, which is Ronwald's wife, or Agatha, Innkeeper's wife, the House of Three Squires. You can add her as a friend to your character sheets if you like. So you're dropping her off in Reverie with all of the other survivors, and they're very appreciative. And Agatha pleads and begs with you to come back as soon as possible to find Ronwald.
Well, she's not going to stay back at the house, is she?
No. She'll go to Reverie with you, and they can stay in Reverie, at least until you guys come back. But she begs you to please come back and find.
Oh, Ronwald. We will. We just need to resupply, and then we will come right back.
Yes, once I fix up this broken leg of mine, we'll be right back at it again.
Okay. Alright, so let's do our first town phase here. This should be interesting.
Are you guys still there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
You were muted, weren't you?
Well, I was for a second because I was eating some cantaloupe. I didn't want you to hear me chowing on cantaloupe.
Okay.
But so that Agatha lady, the innkeeper, she took my dog, and I'm not really happy about that.
No, we kept the dog, right?
Yeah, you've got him for now. She's not too happy about it, but like I said, she doesn't have much of a choice, does she? She seems a little bit afraid of Breck. She's like, okay, take the dog. No, but Ronwald might not be too happy with that. So there's sort of a process here in town. Generally, we don't have town adventures, all right? So it's a very it's almost like a mini game that we're going to do here. And there's a certain procedure that we do. And this kind of explains the procedure over here. Underneath town procedure at the bottom part there. So we're heading to town. And what we're going to do, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to spend remaining checks for recovery tests. It says if you have any checks left over from the adventure, you can spend them to recover from conditions as you're approaching town.
Okay.
If you have any unspent checks, donate the checks to your friends, or save them to gain experience through helping in town. By the way, you can spend checks during the game, during the adventure phase and town phase. You can spend a check when you help somebody with a skill. At any time, if you spend a check, then you can get a pass or fail check for that towards advancement. That's the only way you can get advancement by helping, is by spending a check.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. In town, so that's the only way that checks can be spent while you're in town to gain experience from helping. And any unused checks are lost when you leave town. So when I say to spend checks to make recovery tests, I mean, this is just straight up recovery tests. No, like, Angie, you're not going to be able to use a check for a healing test or anything like that. These are just straight up recovery tests. So for instance, with Breck being exhausted, looking at the character sheet here, you're exhausted, it says it's an OB3 health test. How
do I heal from injured if I have a health of 3?
Well, that's rough.
But how do I do it? Is that even possible?
It is possible.
That's why I should heal him.
Yeah, it is possible with like a poultice that your mom can provide, would give you +1 dice. You could use a persona for extra dice, or by tapping your nature, etc. You're not really in a position to do that at the moment, I don't think.
I have a heal of 3 though. Can't I use that instead of doing a check? Can't I just try to heal him?
Nope, not in the town phase. Checks can
That's
only
why
be
I said
spent.
we should have camped. That's why I said we should
Okay,
have
fine.
camped.
Then, I mean, camping immediately precedes it. There's no difference, right? Okay,
There is
so
a difference because you can
once
only
we get
spend in town. You can only spend checks for recovery tests.
okay, so then
But
I
how does
guess
he
once we
recover then?
drop
What's
people,
another way?
so
How can
once
he
we
recover
drop
in
people,
town?
hold on. Once we drop people, everybody off in Reveri, can we camp outside of Reveri?
Certainly.
Okay, well then let's just do that.
Sure. Let's camp. I think that sounds like a plan because that way, Violet would be able to make a healing test, right?
Yes.
To provide a poultice or to heal Pingsley. So let's look at
Under healing, there might be some help, huh? I don't know if you guys have had anything to help me or not, but
Well,
Let's see.
let me ask then, what exactly would the point of just not camping, like camping outside of town and then going into town? What's the point of not doing that every time?
there really is none.
I guess the only, well, there's
would
the chance of a
depend- it would
disastrous
depend-
camp.
That's the thing. When you
Well,
camp,
it would depend if you, and it would, if you were trying to actually deal with an injury.
yeah, and like Alex says, when you camp, there can be camp events too. You know, like it could be a disaster, minor inconvenience, safe camp, or minor break. And there's always a risk to camping because you guys
Well, is
are
anybody an
out
alchemist?
out in the wilderness.
anybody got alchemist? That's the only thing that can help me with healing. I don't think anybody has that. But
Yeah,
I can roll
no.
3 dice. I have 3 dice for healing.
Well, first of all, we're going to roll for camp events.
Oh.
If you guys are camping. Now, during the adventure phase, directly preceding the camp phase, somebody could make a survivalist test as part of the adventure phase to make the camp more hospitable. And what that does, basically, it gives +1 bonus to the camp events roll, which would prevent a disaster.
I have a
from
2
occurring.
survivalist.
If I roll snake eyes on the camp events roll normally, it would be a disaster. But given +1, because of a successful survivalist test, it would be always be a 3 or higher, even if I rolled snake eyes. So
Can Violet do that?
yes, I
Yeah,
think
let's
she
do
has
that.
survivalist. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Here we
Um,
go. Want me to
it
do it?
is. Yeah, it's a. Let's see.
I only have a 2.
Can help with survivalist.
I would say since you're kind of on the outskirts of Reveri, it's probably not too dangerous. Reveri does have, they patrol and stuff like that. So I'm just going to make it a knob 1 survivalist test. For survivalist, who can help survivalist here?
Hunter.
Hunter or
Hunter.
laborer can help.
But then I help.
You have hunter?
I help. I have 100. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
Brett
I
can
roll
help.
3 dice, right? Or 2?
Well,
I mean-
what's your survivalist skill?
2.
I also help with Hunter.
Okay, so they both have hunter,
Alright.
so you get +2 help dice range.
So I roll 4.
Yes, you need 1 success.
Go for it.
Yes!
Very good. All right, so we're going to
Oh.
avoid disaster if it should happen. So I'm going to roll 2 dice, camp events, and this is going to be a wilderness camp, and we're going to say it's a typical wilderness camp. Basically, you have typical, unsafe, or dangerous camps. I'm going to call it typical.
Yeah, because it's close to town.
Higher the better in general in this game, folks, with the dice rolls. Oh, it's an 8. All right, safe camp.
Hey.
Oh, the higher the better.
Yeah. That's actually a 9 because you got +1, but it's still safe camp. All right, so camp is
Yay.
safe. You've got 3 checks to spend.
Mhm.
One player cannot spend a check twice in a row. So who's going to do what for the first check here?
I'd like to heal the injured.
Well, yeah, here's my thoughts. So I think that it should go to, I think that it should, well, you know what? Let's start with Brack and exhaustion, and then see if he can get over that. If he can get over exhaustion, then we can go over to you, Mom, and then you can try and heal me, and then if that fails, then I can cry and make a poultice.
All right, so Breck for exhaustion. Let's see, exhausted is an OB3 health test. And your current exhaustion is not going to be factored into the recovery test, so you'll get a straight up health test to get 3 successes with no help. The only thing that could help are special tools and supplies. I don't think you guys really have anything.
Hey, since I passed that, do I get a pass on my survivalist?
You do.
Yes.
Oh, good.
And it advanced the
Did I do that
adventure
before
phase.
when we camped and passed?
That reminds me. Did you guys get get a pass for your fighters, or a fail if you failed any? That conflict.
Yeah, I think both Breck and Violet should get pass checks for their fighter tests for that conflict.
I have a question. Do you guys remember last time we camped, did I roll for survivalist then? I think I did, didn't I?
You did.
You did, yes.
So I should have another pass there, I think.
You should.
Because we didn't have any disaster or anything.
Yep. Don't forget to check successes and failures.
I know. I forgot to do. I got to keep up with that. Okay.
Yeah, it's important.
So what is Breck's health here? It's 5, right?
5.
All right. So you're gonna have to roll 5 dice. Just gonna see if maybe anything could help you here, because nobody else can help you. Tea or coffee would be good. You don't have any though.
Well, you stole some from the inn.
I don't remember you stealing any tea or coffee. There was none.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. No coffee at the end.
Beer?
No.
Isn't beer better than tea and coffee?
I don't know, man.
Yes.
Honestly, I think I let you use an extra dice for the beer last time.
Yeah, I
But,
mean, alcohol. I thought it explicitly said somewhere in the book that wine and alcohol. I guess I called out wine specifically helps with tests like that.
It helps more with like angry or afraid.
Oh, right, it does help with angry.
Let me see what it says here about the sour beer. Maybe the sour beer. Yeah.
Magical healing properties.
Yeah, the beer can alleviate hungry and thirsty, and get +1 to recovery test for angry and afraid. Not exhausted. I think I threw you a bone last time though, and let you use beer for it, but I'm not going to do it this time. You're just gonna have to make a straight up health test and get 3 successes.
You're becoming a drunk. It's just not. It's not working anymore.
Look at that!
Yes, you did it! Oh my god!
Sherrod.
Oh my
Congratulations!
gosh. Amazing, dude.
Boom!
Ah, Sherrod.
Breck
No
is
more
no longer
exhaustion.
exhausted. Alright, so mark off exhausted. Turn off exhausted on your character sheet there, Breck. Good roll.
Wow.
That's so
Hallelujah. And Angie, use a check here. So actually, we've got 2 checks left. We'll use these little things here. So make
I'll
sure
take it off my loner.
Yeah. All right. So we've got 2 checks left. So Breck has made his. So what are we gonna do now, Violet?
I want to heal. I've been wanting to heal Pingsley forever.
Right. So with healer, let's see. To treat injured with healing is an OB3 healer test.
Dude, I only have a 3, so I can't even heal him.
Yeah, suggested help for healers, alchemist or laborer. I think Pingsley is herb-wise.
I am herb-wise.
So I think that he
Aren't
could
you
help.
labor, Breck? Don't you have that?
I think I don't have it, but I actually.
It's beginner's
Well,
luck.
Beginner's luck, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
probably.
I
You passed
using
one.
it once and I failed using it.
Yeah, he's getting close to be actually getting the labor skill. I think if he does that a couple more times, he should be able to actually get the labor skill, but not yet.
Dude, he should get the labor skill. He's been banging doors. Didn't he get some for that? he just hammered 2 doors together. It seems like a laboring thing.
And to make
he
so
labored to get the cave in out of the way. He's been laboring like crazy, man.
So I think Pingsley's herb wise could help with I am wise for a healer test. So that would give you +1 dice for an OB3 injured. It's OB3 for injured. Making poultices by condition. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. It's an OB4 healer test to make a poultice to help Pingsley on his recovery test. It would give him +1 dice in a recovery test. So it seems the more economical way to do is to try for that OB3 healer test just to heal him, get rid of his injured condition if you can.
And I have to get it like all 3 successes though.
And it sounds like you have a healer 2 skill. Is that what it is?
Healer 3.
Oh, okay. Well,
You roll 4 dice.
so you get 4 dice and you need 3 successes. Do you have any fate or persona that you can use?
Nope.
No, you're all out, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here we go. Lee did it.
Oh.
Oh.
You gonna cry now, Pingsley?
All right, so that's 2 checks, and that's gonna
I
give.
can try it again.
No, you
And that's
can't.
gonna give. That's gonna give Violet hungry and thirsty as a condition of failure.
I have one more check.
With the last check, I mean, I don't know. What's the point of having a map if we've already been able to basically teleport?
But you haven't, really. You've just been lucky.
Okay, so I guess you've been making secret rolls then? I just want to know what's the point of having a map?
You could bypass traps or monsters, things like that. If you make a map of your progress so far, in the caves, I mean, you could basically teleport from one area to another without any consequences for anything in between, should they be present. You know what I'm saying?
I have one more check though. Can't I use that to try to heal him again?
No, because it has to go to me now.
You
Or
can't.
Brack.
You can't use 2 checks in a row.
Oh.
And it's an OB4 health check.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how I can get through that. Oh, can I use fate?
Yes,
How many fate?
just 1. I mean, you could get lucky, dude. You can definitely get lucky.
Okay, yep.
Don't they have any freaking hospitals or doctors in town? I mean,
Well, that's the thing. You know, if you've got money and you go to town, you can stay at the inn or a hotel, I think it is. Some of the higher end accommodations can give you free recovery from certain things.
do they have a bank where we can like store our silver and stuff, like open an account?
No.
So we got to carry that stuff
Oh my
around with
goodness.
us?
Trust me,
Oh my
going
gosh.
forward, you're not going to have
No
any
way.
extra money.
Hold
You just
on.
got 2
hold on,
successes.
Hold on.
And you rolled 2 6s.
Yes, I know. Hold on. Where's
Explode
the
them
thing?
6s.
But how? I'm trying to look for that. Where is that on here?
Where's
What thing is that under?
You just roll another die, and if
Reward?
it's a 6, you get to keep on rolling 6s.
Acting on a belief. No. Spending. Wait.
You can spend a
there-
fate point. You spend a fate point to re-roll those, to get additional dice for those 6s.
Okay, fate for luck. There we go.
So spend a fate, and you
Yep,
get 2 dice.
okay.
And you need 2 successes, right? Oh!
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, thank God. That is
Oh my lord! That means I got rid of it.
Yes, you did.
Did I
See?
give you a check for that? So I'm all out of checks, right?
All out of checks. See, all you have to do
Oh,
is roll good, you
congratulations.
guys.
My
fantastic.
gosh!
You're finally uninjured after all of this time. Oh my God.
Excellent.
I take a big drink of wine and I'm no longer hungry and thirsty. I'm celebrating.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, I'll remove hungry and thirsty from your token. Well, look at that. Nobody has any conditions now.
In the town, unconditioned with our string
have
of
any more
cobalt
wine.
ears.
If it says wine full, does that mean I drink the whole bottle?
It's just 1 draught. Your skin only holds 1 draught, 1 use.
Well, I mean, I had a wine full in my skin. So yeah, so
Right.
it's gone. Okay.
One use.
Well, now I
yeah.
gotta replenish my
So
drinkage.
let's look. How are supplies here? I mean, I think you're all out of oil, right? I'm just wondering if
I did still have 1 preserved ration, and we have the beer.
1 preserved ration.
Does somebody
She
else
will
want my other
remove
lantern?
this. What?
Do you want my other lantern?
Put it on the sled.
But the sled is already full.
I'm just wondering if it would be feasible to go into one more adventure phase to try to save Ronwald or to get more treasure down there.
He keeps saying that, Alex. We need to listen to him.
It's
He's
true.
like,
No.
he keeps telling us not to go to town.
Okay, we are completely free. We are completely free of conditions. Do you know what that means? That means we get fresh after this.
Well, to be fresh, I think you can't have any tax nature either.
Oh, well, we get our nature back. Look, this is amazing. 12 dice is a lot. It's a lot.
I mean, it may be enough to resupply with some oil and spikes and whatever else you need.
Oh, dude, it's going to be more than that because we don't need to make any recovery tests. We don't need to use any of the recovery facilities in town, dude. That's all profit.
It's true. But remember, you're going to have to deal with the random rolls in town. There could be events.
Well, can't I sell the pearls?
If you're not going to, if you're not going to spend any money for accommodations, you can sleep in the streets. Oh, but I just thought of something. Pingsley's parents live in Griffenholm, don't
Yes,
they?
There you go. We have a place to stay.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. So you wouldn't have to stay in the streets.
Does Jorg the Weaver live there too? No, he's in Bogwatch.
Well, okay, my parents, my enemy, and mom's enemy all live
Right.
in Griffenholm.
Tyrone the Torturer. Oh no.
Yeah.
Now, if my parents live in Griffenholm, does that mean everybody gets the benefit of a place to sleep? Awesome.
Yeah. So it's not going to cost any lifestyle per se, I count it as a flop house. And since you guys don't need to make any recovery tests anyway, it doesn't. It's just at least you guys wouldn't have to sleep in the streets. There's a little streets table here that you have to roll on if you don't stay in an inn or a flop house or something. And it's not all bad. I mean, it just depends on how you roll. But yeah, you won't have to stay in the streets.
I'm telling you, this is good for us, man.
Yeah.
But does somebody, just real quick, can we resolve that? Does anybody want the lantern? Who had that before me? Because I have a lantern in my pouch already.
I could put it in my hand. I mean, okay. I put my bow back on my thing. I don't think I'm fighting in town.
I'm going to give that back to you, Mom, the lantern that you gave me.
Okay, I'll put that right in my hand. And when I sell that pearl necklace, I'll put the lantern in my backpack.
Yeah, so everybody get your gear situated. So are we going to go back to Griffenholm then?
Yep, town.
All right, sounds good.
Very well done, guys. This is really good for us.
I'm so glad you're not injured.
I'm amazed.
Those were some great rolls, guys, I must say. That kind of changed everything.
Oh my gosh, we also level!
Yes, because I'm at 0 fate, 0 persona. Isn't that what it has to be?
Spent. No, it's how much did you spend?
Oh well, I mean 4 spent. I spent it all.
Right, so yeah, let's look at the level advancement here.
Does that mean we level?
So for level 2, you have to have spent 3 fate and 3 persona.
Did you do it, Brett?
Right. I think so.
Yes, I have.
Yay!
I did.
Good.
Okay. So that'll
oh
be
my gosh.
That'll be part of the process here. Yeah.
I am 3 fate away from getting to level 3. Oh my goodness.
And so remember, the fate and persona that you have to have spent is a cumulative. So for level 3, you don't erase those numbers that you've already spent because they add up. You know what I'm saying? They don't reset after you level. So yeah, you guys, some of you guys should be close to level 3 at this point too.
Okay. So Sean, what do I do? Do I put the 4 fate back in my fate currents?
No, just keep it the same. Just keep it the way it is right now.
Just wait.
Yep. Don't ever take spent out. It will always.
Well, how do you get that back?
Well, at the end of the session is when we'll decide who gets fate and who gets persona.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Depending on goals and beliefs and all that stuff. Okay.
Oh my gosh! Wait, who all has a hometown here in Griffenholm?
Well, not me. I'm from.
I think it's just you, Pingsley.
Cool. Then I also have a hometown advantage.
For circles tests, yeah.
Our character receives +1 die advantage when using resources in his hometown.
Oh, resources, really? Okay.
Page 134. Yep.
All right, cool.
Sweet, man.
So here's generally the process here. The first thing we do is we roll in the town events table. You guys have spent all your checks, so.
Well, how do I level up? Do I need to just put 2 in my level box?
Yeah, we'll get to
No,
that.
just wait.
Oh.
I think that's the last thing we do.
Oh.
Yeah, here, let me look. It's somewhere in the process here.
It's a
Characters
step-by-step
level
thing.
up as soon as they enter town if they have spent the required rewards. So we'll do that next after I roll the town events here.
Okay.
2d6. Let's see what kind of crazy shit happens here.
The haggling begin.
Right, so, yeah, we'll do that here in a second, too. So when entering town, if I roll a 2, it's a disaster. 3 to 6 is minor inconvenience. 7 to 9 is peaceful town. 10 to 11 is a minor break, or 12 is a lucky break. So I rolled a 7, so things are peaceful in Griffenholm right now.
Oh, lovely.
So lucky you. So the next step is level up. So it looks like everybody's going to level up.
Indeed.
So let me show you what your choices are here. If you guys have a rule book handy, Angie, there's a link to the rules in the
on the right. Yeah, I see it.
Journal part down there. Yeah, open that up.
Torchbearer rulebook. Okay.
Yep.
Continue. Okay.
So everybody's going to be basically given a choice here, usually between 2 different things when you level up, and they're just like perks. It's page 111.
Yeah, I see it when you pull this to it.
It's on page 111 of the rule book.
Credit due.
So Breck, you as a warrior at level 2, you can choose either armored, which means you've trained in heavy armor. Armor and shields do not count as a factory for recovery from exhausted. Or brawler, your bare hands count as a weapon. When you are unarmed in a fight, you do not suffer the -1 die penalty to all actions. If disarmed in an ongoing fight, you automatically switch to your bare hands and thus do not suffer the -1 dice penalty. So you'll choose between armored and brawler. And all of this can be noted at the bottom of your character sheets. I think there's a section there for leveling. Angie, at level 2, you get to choose either Wilder, which gives you +1 to wilderness camp rolls. You add 1 to the 2d6 camp events roll for wilderness camps. So what that is, it's kind of the same effect that you have by making a successful survivalist roll when you camp, like we just did. But you just get it automatically. You get the +1 without having to roll survival.
That's the only choice I see, though.
Or you get a new spell.
Oh.
Let's see.
Where
Elf
is
Rangers. If you look at the little table at the bottom of page 112 at level 2, you get +1 circle 1 spell.
Neophyte? What's that mean?
No, you're looking at the wrong table. It should be under Elf Ranger, not Magician. It's on the it's on the page before that, 112.
Oh, above it.
Oh. So what you can do?
Well, it says too. Abstemious Stone Thrower.
Honey, that's the halfling burglar. It's the one right next to that.
I'm sorry. Where am I? Oh, +1 C1 spell Wilder. I don't know what that means.
Look, these are the spells you'll get to choose from.
Oh my gosh, he gets to choose a spell?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm under Elf Ranger.
Yeah, the way this kind of translates in game is she would visit, maybe the Magician's Guild in town, and be taught a new spell, essentially. That's how that would work. And and technically, I think the person who she meets would choose the spell. But I'm just going to go ahead and let her choose one.
Well, am I on the right thing here?
Does she get Wilder and gets another spell?
No, one or the other.
Okay, could you tell me what those mean?
Yeah, I will in a moment. Alex the Halfling. You get to choose between Abstemious. Halflings may wield any weapon except two-handed sword, at any point he so chooses, a halfling may tighten his belt and push off his hunger and thirst, remove the hungry and thirsty condition, but check off the angry condition. Or stone thrower. A halfling never counts as unarmed provided he has a stone. A good stone acts as a weapon but grants no other bonuses.
That's
Angie?
weird for Abstemious, and I've seen the community talk a lot about this. Abstemious, the thing is, nobody would ever want angry over hungry and thirsty, because it's easy as heck to recover hungry and thirsty. It's very difficult to recover angry.
That is true, but if you look at the penalty for hungry and thirsty, it's not good.
Yeah, but
you
the
know what I'm
penalty
saying?
for angry is far worse.
I mean, that -1 disposition to any conflict is pretty bad. Angry also is not too hard to recover from either. It's an ob2 will test. But you're right. But it's your choice, Stone Thrower or Abstemious. Angie, I would recommend looking at these spells. I can tell you basically what they do. Ethereal Swarm is a combat spell.
Okay,
Sean,
I don't think I'm on the right page. I'm looking at Elf Ranger, Wilder, Essence of Earth, Fearless, and Master. Are those the spells?
Yes. No,
No.
those are no.
Those are kind of the titles
Those are
of your
traits.
levels. At level 2, you get to choose the Wilder skill or the Wilder benefit, or choose a spell. In each level that you go up, Angie, you'll either be able to choose a special ability, like Essence of Earth, Fearless, or Master,
Okay.
or a spell, one of the other.
Okay, but I
Does that make
can't
sense?
find the list of spells. Can you help
The
me?
spells are on the
just-
app on Roll20.
Yeah, I just put it up on your screen. Actually,
I
I'll do it again.
can't see
You
it.
see it pop up? Spell index.
Oh, I had to get off of the Torchbearer thing.
You see the spell index?
Yeah, but I don't
think
see.
There's a link on your character sheet for the spell
There's
index
a
too.
second circle elf and magician spells,
No, we're looking at first circle.
but first, okay.
Alex is coming to
so
help you.
So I can choose any of these.
Yeah, I'll let you choose one. I can tell you what they do.
Either first circle, or
I see it, but
you either get here. Where'd you put the rule book?
it's here. Like
Oh.
I can't see both at the
It's
same time.
either you get this.
I know, but I want to look at the spells. I know what that
or
is.
One of these.
What is that? Let's see.
And I can give you some recommendations too. Some of these are more useful than others. Ethereal Swarm is an attack spell where you summon a swarm of insects
Yeah, it's hornets.
to attack your foe. Arcane Semblance, I believe, lets you. Let's see. These spells are summed up in the effect at the very bottom.
I'm
of the
looking at
description.
them. I'm reading.
It creates a disguise, allows you to move freely through places you should not otherwise be. Of course, suspicious guards may still question their reasons for passing through. The form has to be humanoid and cannot make the subject taller or shorter by more than 2 feet. So you can make yourself look like somebody you aren't. Celestial music's cool. It's kind of like a charm spell in a way, but it's kind of like ghost sound too. You can make sounds like ventriloquism. Like Lee, remember the old ventriloquism D&D spell? You can make sounds appear from other places around you and shit.
Dude, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could make like the sound of thunder, or I could
Yeah.
make make people kind of freak out over that.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's kind of like ventriloquism. Demonic Stupefaction is another attack spell, I think. For 1 turn, the target subtract 1+ the margin of success of the spell from the number of dice they roll for any test that requires understanding of language, including casting spells or praying. The caster summons bewitching spirits to confuse the target so they find it nearly impossible to understand language or speak clearly. That's a great spell to cast against magicians or other spell users. It basically prevents them from casting spells.
Wow. Dance with fireflies.
Dance with the Fireflies is a light effect. You can summon a number of lights that dance and whirl about your head. They each provide light equivalent to a candle and are unaffected by
Same
weather.
lights.
Yeah, so it's like summoning 3 candles that kind of dance around for you. Destiny of Heroes. Channeling the raw power into the skein of destiny and strumming the taut strings like a harp, the magician infuses allies with heroic power.
Dude, like I could make Breck
It increases your whole
something.
team's rank on the order of might by 1 for 1 conflict.
Whoa. That's really
Destiny of
good.
Heroes, yeah. Lightness of Being's cool. It's levitation, basically, and featherfall combined. You infuse your
So
material
I
being.
could have floated out over that pit then to see what was on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It infuses your material being with the lightness of your spirit. Through concentration, you can rise slowly from the ground or descend gently from a great height. Note, you can also, when you roll, you can cast it on yourself, another person, or a small group. So you can actually make the levitation or featherfall affect the whole group, on a good roll. Mystic Porter, it's kind of like Tensor's floating disc. It shapes a faintly luminescent disc of ether to carry your burdens. Creates a shield-sized disc that floats at the height of the caster's waist and can carry up to 8 inventory slots worth of items. It follows the caster at a range of roughly 6 feet.
Threat of a friendship. I can turn an enemy into our friend.
Let's see, the Sailor's Friend. This isn't
Yeah, that
actually in the
one-
rulebook. I pulled it from a campaign book. It allows the caster to determine the position of the sun, the rough time, and the approximate location of a destination, thus providing additional dice for a Pathfinder test. Supernal Vision. Entering a trance, you shift your vision to the other world to see the magical auras of enchanted items, creatures, or places within your presence. While in this state, your eyes are covered with a milky whiteness. You can use your Lore Master skill to study magical auras. It's kind of like detect magic, in a way. You can determine their purpose, so that's like identify, in a way. You can determine what a magical item does. And additionally, you get +1 dice to Arcanist tests. And you can see non-materialized spirits of the other world. Allows you to see ghosts, essentially. They're invisible.
I like this Wizard's Aegis. It's like a shield. I can create a luminescent shield and
That
put
is
it
pretty cool.
between me and all of my companions, to protect us.
Yes, that shield
That's
spell is awesome.
really freaking cool.
Thread of Friendship. You can turn an enemy into a friend. You can cast the spell at any range. Success turns the victim into a friend for the duration of the spell. Wisdom of the Sages. That is read and comprehend languages. For 1 turn, the caster may read, speak, or comprehend a foreign language or alien tongue. And Wizard of Aegis is if you successfully defend in a conflict, the opposing team suffers -1 dice to its next action. So basically, the Aegis replaces the defend action in kill, capture, or drive off conflicts. It gives you +1 success to defend rolls. It's indestructible.
All right, I think I've made my decision.
Mhm.
I'm going to take the Mystic Porter because it can carry
The disc. Okay.
8 inventory slots worth of items for us.
That is pretty sweet. Yeah.
And once I cast it, is it like always there? Like how long does it
No,
last for?
when you cast the spell, you'll make a
So
Arcanist
check this out.
test.
When you
And-
cast it,
See where it says
What?
duration, Angie?
Yeah. 4 turns, 5 turns.
1,
6
Ob
turns.
1 is 4 turns, Ob 2 is 5 turns, Ob 3 is 6 turns, and Ob 4 is a whole phase.
Oh, so what's the op for against my what?
it's just
Arcanist.
Arcanist? Let me look at my Arcanist. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, I have a 3 Arcanist. Arcanist.
So even with 1 success, you can make it last for 4 turns during the adventure phase. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, even if we stashed our stuff somewhere, we can get it back to town. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. That's pretty
I can
sweet.
pull that freaking spell out like when we're leaving the joint.
It almost does the same thing
Sure.
that...
All right, so I'm taking Mystic Porter. That sounds great. Those are some great spells.
Okay, so mark Mystic Porter on your sheet.
Sweet. Is that a good idea, you think, Breck? I mean, Lee?
Say-
Call you Breck.
Yeah, no. I think that's a great spell. I think the Swarm's a good spell. I think the Hero's a good spell. I think the Porter's a great spell. And
Mhm.
Thread of Friendship
Once
is also
the-
always a good choice.
yeah, the Porter. the swarm, and the hero. Those any of those would be great, man. So the porter's perfect. I mean,
I also love that one that
any of those
floats. I'd
would
like
be
maybe
good.
get that next time or something where I can float across stuff.
Yeah, the feather fall.
I
Or
mean,
kind of,
you can see what's on the other side of something, you know.
Lightness of being is pretty awesome. Yeah.
you can't go wrong with any, but the porter one is definitely very practical.
Yeah, because we can put more food and drink and
I mean,
put it
and
Or loot.
and even Wisdom
Good
of the
for loot.
Sages, being able to speak the languages of monsters, and stuff like that. That's pretty cool too. Or read languages as well if you come across something, some mystic runes or something you need to read. So yeah, it's kind of a hard choice, but I think Mystic Porter is a pretty solid choice. It's all about the loot.
Perfect for the looting.
So Pingsley, which one did you choose there? Stone Thrower or
I chose-
Abstemious?
I chose Stone Thrower because, again, I think Abstemious isn't, I don't know, it's not that great.
Yeah, they do get better as the levels go up. They get much more powerful, actually. And Lee, what are you going to take, Armored or Brawler?
Brawler.
Brawler. Okay, cool. Yeah, 'cause you
what's
never
that
know.
do?
Yes.
It lets him use his bare fist as a weapon. Normally, if you're in a combat conflict and you're not armed, you get -1 dice on all of your rolls. So if say Breck is unarmed or disarmed,
It's okay, yeah.
yeah, he can just fight with his fists. Yep, that will come in handy. Trust me.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Okay, yeah, okay, cool. So we all leveled up. Welcome to level 2. Ding.
Yay. We survived the level 2, people.
That's
Yep.
fantastic.
So any uneaten fresh food spoils, feed it to the dogs. I don't think you guys have any fresh food. Now we just kind of strategize. It says discuss current conditions and your recovery and resupply needs. We're going to determine if we're going to haggle.
Well, I have a haggling skill. What helps with haggler?
I think several things help with haggler.
Let's see if we can haggle our way a better deal here, people.
Let's see. Help for helping. Haggler. Persuader or manipulator helps haggler.
I think I have one of those. Let's see. I have Persuader.
I have Manipulator.
Awesome. Oh, perfect. So that's +2, and I think I can use. Can I use one of my traits during this phase?
Once per session. I think you've used them both, though, Lee.
But
let's see. So it says, if you're so inclined, you can haggle over prices with the shopkeepers and merchants when you're in town. Rather than making individual tests, make one haggler test against the town. Note that this test does not count towards your lifestyle, so there's some risk involved. Haggling is always done individually. So actually, I think you do it without help, I think is the whole point here.
Don't we have to be in a store trying to sell something?
Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah, individually.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to say really quickly, in regards to the food situation, can we say that at the end I did cook us a meal? I mean, I get that as an instinct, and so if I get my instinct, I get a fate point. That's my whole point of taking it, because I knew we were going to be.
Oh, you mean when you camped?
Point. Yeah,
I mean,
he was talking about cooking.
I wanted to do that, but then Mom was like, "No, we can just get drinks," and so I'm.
No, you're right. You did camp, and that instinct kind of triggers during camp, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Do you want me to get rid of my preserved rations then, Alex?
No, I got rid of one of mine.
And real quick, I do apologize, but I don't remember what you just chose for your level up.
Stone Thrower. I always count as armed.
Okay, cool. Okay.
All right, so Alex, cooking. Let's see. It says preservation. Turn one. Let's see. Preservation. Turn one portion of fresh rations, game or forage. Hold on a second here. Prepare a meal from fresh rations and fish, preserved rations and game.
So that would be Ob 3.
It's Ob 2 for preserved rations.
Cool.
So yeah, we can just say that you fed everybody with a cook. Go ahead and roll your cook test.
Wait, I'm sorry. I rolled 2 dice. What am I doing?
Help for cook is alchemist and laborer.
anymore.
So what would be the town score if I was going to do the haggle, Sean? Is it like a 2 or a 1?
It
or a
is,
5?
yeah, for a city.
Just so I'll know.
Yeah, a bustling
'Cause
metropolis is pretty hard. It's ob 4.
So I probably shouldn't do it then.
Yeah, it does cost a lifestyle, basically. So when you leave town after you've done everything in town, it requires a lifestyle test. It's a resources test. And you have to meet that ob. Everything that you do in town will usually accumulate lifestyle points. And haggling would accumulate 1 lifestyle. So yeah, it might not be
That's
worth
fine,
doing
though,
it
man.
in Griffenholm. But like, in a smaller town like Remote Village, it goes down to ob 3. Or a busy crossroads like your hometown of Winterkeep is ob 2. So it's a lot easier to haggle in kind of the smaller towns.
Yeah, but the reason that it's higher in Griffenholm is because there's more valuables in Griffenholm. I mean, if you can manage to get
Yeah.
things reduced here in Griffenholm, that means we get the entire table of loot reduced. You know what I mean?
My only
Unlimited.
challenge is I've only got a 3.
Mhm.
And I was looking to see if there's any way I could buff that score, but I've used my traits and you guys can't help, so I'm
Well,
a little
I mean,
hesitant.
we can't help?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it's because it
With
says,
haggle?
yeah,
That's a skill, though, isn't it?
it says
So-
haggling is
so-
always done individually. I think you should be able to help though.
It's a skill, just like any other skill.
Yeah, I think so because it allows
right.
for. Okay, so I would have a 5.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and it's against their. What would they be rolling? They'd be rolling 5.
Well, it's an ob 4 test for bustling metropolis. Down here,
Okay.
if you look at this
So-
table down here, Lee, this is the haggling events table.
Gotcha.
See it? So if successful, you can choose to keep the result that you roll on the haggling table or the next higher result. It's a higher the roll, the better on this table. So
Dude,
success.
70 to 18. Welcome home.
A success lets you get like a result that's like 1 better than the previous result. But the thing is even if you fail, you'll get to check fail next to haggle, to help advance it. It will accumulate 1 lifestyle though that you'll have to roll when you leave town.
What do you think, guys? I don't want to make
Oh,
this
yeah.
decision today.
I mean, I
So,
would.
okay.
There are some good
Yeah.
results on here. I mean,
Yeah,
Really?
I mean,
define, take double the value of 1 piece of kit or salvage traded in.
So I'm not rolling 5 dice. I'm rolling 3d6.
no, you need to make the haggling test first,
Gotcha.
and then you'll roll 3d6 whether you pass or fail.
Dude.
Come on. We need this.
You can do it.
Accent. All right, so I'm rolling 5. Is that right?
Yep. It's
You're
a
rolling
haggler
5
3
sixes.
plus 2 help, right? Alex, you have persuader and manipulator, don't you?
Manipulator, yes.
Okay. Yep. So it's 5 dice. You need 4 successes.
Ooh, there's 3.
Did I roll a 6?
You did.
You did.
did.
You rolled 1.
Okay, and I'll burn a fate point.
All right. Let's determine your fate. Your haggling fate.
Okay.
Come on, Lee. You're keeping us in suspense. I can't wait to see if you get a success.
Sorry. Jeez, here.
You can just use the 1d6 macro down there.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
That's all right.
So
So
you
what does
just-
that mean?
So that just means that you reduce that margin of failure 1 by your from your roll.
3d6.
So you still roll 3d6. It's just -1,
No.
and then you get to choose.
No.
Yeah.
He just rolls 3d6, and he just doesn't get to choose the next higher one if he would have, if he succeeded.
That's not true. It says if failed, subtract your margin of failure from your result.
Oh yeah, that's right. The margin of failure. You're right. Thank you. And that is
Okay.
going to also give Breck 1 lifestyle here. Let me put everybody's tokens up here.
Oh, come on, dude. You could roll like a freaking 20. Oh,
So
wait, you can
if
only
I-
do 18. Okay, well, the highest you could get is 18, but you could do it.
Yeah, if you roll a 16, 17.
10.
Oh my gosh,
Minus
dude.
1 is 9. Hard bargain. When buying something at the market,
Oh
take an
my
extra
gosh.
item for the same price. Holy crap, that's good.
Either that, or you can take 10. Your choice.
Well, he didn't succeed, though.
He got a -1.
If you fail, subtract. Oh, okay, got it.
So that's why I read number 9.
Got
That's
it.
good,
Yeah.
though. Either
Hard
way.
That is
bargain's okay.
great.
Hard bargain's
That's you get double the loot, man. Whenever you
no,
buy.
he rolled a 10, though. That's thriftiness. Add +1
Yeah.
dice to resources
Minus
for your
1.
lifestyle test.
His margin of failure
I'm
is
sorry.
9.
Hard bargain.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. We'll
Heck
make a
yeah.
note of that in the chat here. Bargaining.
bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Hard bargain.
Would have been better if I would have rolled a little higher, but
No, I think that's really good.
That's great.
Excellent.
okay.
Because, I mean, that means that if we buy torches, we get a second thing of torches. Or if we buy oil, we get a second thing of oil.
Yeah.
once,
Right,
You know what
right.
I mean?
Right on.
Okay.
It's like,
So I think
double.
we've determined that you are staying with the Fargrains, the Fargrain family. It's Popo and Nana,
Hello, Popo and Nana.
and they all greet you. And they're like, Pingsley, where have you been? You didn't tell us where you were going. Why are you limping?
Oh, long story on that. Very fun, though. I'll tell you over supper.
And who are your very large? Who's your very large friend?
Well, my very large friend saved my life, and my very pretty friend also saved my life. So,
Hello,
Yeah.
I am Violet, and this is Breck. We are Pingsley's new friends.
Yes, pleased to meet you. They seem to be a little standoffish about.
And I pull out of my
about
backpack.
Violet.
Yeah, but I pull out of my backpack the pearls and I say, "Look what we found."
Oh, found? You mean stole? And
No.
And Nana looks at Pingsley.
no, look, it's not that kind of deal. I told you I'm done with that. No, this was found in a deep, terrible, faraway place filled with kobolds and monsters. Again, I'll tell you all about it over dinner. We killed a spider. It was crazy.
Well, goodness. And Popo's like, it's good to have you home, son.
I turned to Pingsley. I'm like, should I show him the ears?
No, don't do that unless you want them boiled and eaten with dinner. I don't think that's a good idea at all.
All right. Keep
Okay.
my trophies to myself.
Right. So normally, if you guys had to recover from some conditions, the private homes thing I determined for Pingsley's family would count as like a flop house. So what that would do, normally it would cost you one lifestyle, and it would allow you a free recovery test. And then you could spend more lifestyle for each additional recovery test that you wanted. But since there's nothing to recover from, we don't have to worry about that.
Could he have recovered from an injury at his home?
Mhm.
Really?
Yep, yeah, it counts as a flop house. So, and just keep in mind, guys, so this visit to town, we're going to say is, I know you guys might be in a hurry to get back to the inn and rescue Ronwald or whatever, but it's going to be at least a day or two, maybe up to a week, depending on if you're between adventures or whatever. So it's kind of a loose time frame here. So now we just kind of need to determine what other things you can do, and I can explain them to you just briefly. Of course, the market is where you would go to buy and sell items. The guild hall is where you can go if you have like a blacksmithing skill or a trade skill, or if you're a mage or something, you want to scribe some scrolls. You can go there to use facilities to make stuff. If you're like a blacksmith, you can make armor, whatever. You can hire an apprentice to help you with that. You can go to the guild hall to find work, to make a little bit of money. And remember, all of this does cost lifestyle.
Where's that? On our sheet.
Well, the lifestyle is going to be represented by little... Oops. Here, let me put these all in the back here. I'm going to use these little yellow tokens up here at the top of the screen on each of your characters. It was
Oh.
2 back. We're going to add up the lifestyle at the end of the town phase. And all of you will have to make a resource test and get your ob will be equal to the lifestyle that you've accumulated. If you fail that, bad things can happen. The tax collectors can come and take your shit. You can be thrown into jail, or you can just be told to leave and never come back.
So this has been one thing that's really confusing to me, though, is the loot. How do we sell that, and what does that do for us?
Right. Well, if you look at this little table over here, generally jewels and jewelry and things like that are convertible into cash. And it shows you here that silver coins, each slot of silver is worth 1 dice. Gold coins, each slot of gold is worth 2 dice. And so we
For
know.
what? Like for the next battle, you mean? We get like a +2 dice or something?
No. This you get plus dice to your resources test when you try to purchase something. So if you look at the let's look at the gear list here. So when you look at the gear list, each item will have an ob listed next to it. In order to purchase an item, you have to meet that ob test with the resources check, with the resources test to purchase it. So in other words, looking down here, a flask of oil is an ob 2 resources test. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but if we win it, we get 2 of them.
Well, since with Breck's haggling
Right.
roll, absolutely, so
So we have 2, 4, 6 with the beer. We've got 2 with the silver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we have 12 dice of we have 12 dice total of treasure.
Stuff.
We've determined that, and it's split among 6 specific objects, each worth 2.
Right. And generally you'd want to kind of split the loot at this point too, like each determine who has what loot to spend.
I see.
Or you could just have one person go. The thing is each of you will
we
want to
would
make
get
at least
4.
each of you will want to make at least 1 resources test when you're in town, because that first resources test, whether you pass or fail, will increase your resources ability to 1. Since it's 0 now.
So we all have 4.
We can split. Yeah, can we split it equally between us and then each go try to purchase something? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
Because then we get the resource test if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does that make sense,
Yeah.
guys?
Absolutely.
And in fact, it's my discretion on jewelry. Even though the little adventure module here said that the pearl choker was worth 2 dice, I'm actually going to roll.
It's worth more.
Yeah, I'm actually going to roll to
Worth
see how
more.
much they would be willing to give you for it if you go to the market to try to sell it. Okay?
It's elaborate. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, if you look at the jewelry row there on the loot items, it says you roll 2d3 to see how much they'd be willing to give you for it. The beer, though, the sour beer, I think I'm just going to keep it at 2 dice each.
Okay.
Are you sure? It is the.
Well, 2 dice is a lot.
Are you rolling it on the screen, or are you rolling it in front of you with the dice?
Well, we'll roll it when you go to the market to sell it.
Well, that's the first thing we do.
Okay. Well, let's do it then. So let's see how much they're willing to give you for the pearl choker violet. Okay.
Okay.
It's 2d3. Look at that.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Nice.
I told you it was elaborate and gorgeous.
It is.
It's
So I'll take
shiny
that out
in
of
the
my
sun.
backpack, okay?
Yeah, he says, "Wow, this appears to be of elven make. Is this a family heirloom?" They ask you.
Yes.
Why would you want to sell something so precious?
Well,
Tight.
Family issues.
we are having.
Yeah.
My family was actually. My parents were murdered by Tyrone,
Uh-huh.
the torturer, and I'm out, just trying to get my life back, and it's been tough. So I have to sell this for food, and to survive.
Well, here's what they'll do then, Angie. They'll give you, so if you just mark the pearl choker off of your character sheet, they'll give you 2 gold for it, which is pack
Well,
1.
they give 5
Awesome.
dice of treasure, right? That's just the deal, right?
Well, yeah, I think they're going to give her coin for it, though. We'll convert it into coin since she's actually selling it. Or you can use use the pearl choker as 5 dice when you make a resources test.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think I'd rather do that.
Okay.
And so we're going to have a total of 17 now. So that's going to
Okay,
be
right. But the
17
thing is, when
divided
you
by
sell
3
ob-
would be like 5.6 per person. One, well,
but
2
it's
could
not
have.
because
It's a little more
it's not though,
flexible with the
because when
coin,
you
though.
sell, right, that's true. I mean, the game says that when you sell something, you're supposed to take it as dice of treasure, and that's what you get. So, like right now, you Violet have 5 dice of treasure because you sold the.
Plus the 4, so I have 9.
Well, you have 5 dice right now because of the pearl necklace. That's not something that you can split. You know what I mean? They give you that in.
But I gave her the option. They would be willing to give her a coin for it to convert
okay.
it, just like they would normally
So,
do with jewels or something like that.
Okay.
Take the 2 gold and 1 silver coin, right? That would be 5.
That's right. And that would be 3. It would take up, 1 gold coin is pack 1, 2 dice.
But I already have 4 gold, right? So I'd have 6 gold and 1 silver?
Well, let me make this
we
clear.
haven't sold the other
So
stuff.
you can either take the pearl choker, which takes up 1 slot, that's worth 5 dice, or you can take 2 gold and 1 silver. Each gold takes up 1 slot and is worth 2 dice, and the silver coins takes up 1 slot and is worth 1 dice. So
Mom,
take
just
up,
take the 5 dice and treasure. That's pretty much yours, anyways.
Yeah, 5 dice.
you'll just
Okay,
have to use it all at once, all those 5 dice at once when
Yeah,
you try to buy
'cause-
something. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fine.
Rather
okay.
than split them up. At this point,
Okay.
it might be
So
easier
then
to
what
do.
do we do next?
Well,
how
look
much
at
are we
the.
selling? So how much? Wait, how much? Okay, so the beer though, that's 4 sets
Just
of 2
convert-
dice each.
We just
Well-
convert that coin.
Well, I was telling you that they're not going to convert they would take the beer and barter and trade for
So that's still 2 dice each, though. So
2 dice each.
Can we trade it for oil?
You could-
No, okay, we're trading it for dice of treasure. That's what we're doing.
Oh.
So
No, Alex, I don't think you understand. So each cask of beer is worth 2 dice, right? And they'll take it in barter. So when you make a resources test to buy something from the gear list, you would be taking 2 dice for each barrel of beer that you're trading. That makes sense? And at this point, you're pulling the beer around on the cart that you made, basically.
Yeah.
So you're not necessarily going to be able to convert all objects of art or silverware or plate or beer, in this case, to coin. I was giving her the option to convert that pearl choker into coin just because it's so valuable.
For the beer, we have to barter. Is that what you're saying? We
Yeah.
bring it to the beer man, and we could say, okay, we brought you this beer. We want.
No, you take it right to the oil merchant. And,
Okay.
so if you're buying a flask of oil, which is an OB2 resources test, you give them two casks of beer, which gives you 4 dice for an OB2 test to get 2 flasks of oil.
Which is what we need. So that's what I was thinking. We should just do that. Right?
As you can see, money doesn't go very far with these OB tests, and you're not even guaranteed to even succeed on these rolls.
Well, we're out of oil. We need the oil, right?
Yeah, you have to kind of determine what you need the most. Food and oil.
Oils.
Probably.
Oh yeah, oils definitely. So I think that's a fair here.
Trixie, quit crying.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Kingsley?
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Oil.
so let's do that. We'll take the beer to the oil merchant.
Alrighty.
Well, we need to know what we're buying. Are we buying oil? I mean, okay. Dice of treasure. So hold on, I don't understand it all then, because we're just converting the loot. It doesn't necessarily matter what the loot is into dice of treasure. I mean, that's not what the rules say to do. And then you spend those dice of treasure and the town. But the only thing is, For each thing that you sell for Dice of Treasure, you have to sell those things as Dice of Treasure as a unit. So that means that you have to
Yes.
sell each barrel worth 2 Dice of Treasure as
But you're
2 Dice
you're
of
not
Treasure.
selling it. You're trading it when you're
He's saying
buying
we have to
stuff.
barter
Right,
it. Barter
but-
means like trade for something else.
But that's still just 2 Dice of Treasure. It's
It-
just confusing to me thinking of it as beer and not Dice of Treasure. We
Think of
have
Think of it this
how
way,
many
Alex.
dice of
In
treasure
other
total?
words, you can't convert that barrel of beer that's worth 2 dice into 2 silver, which is worth 1 dice each.
No, because we can't take it with us afterwards. That's fine, but I
So-
just need to know how many Dice of Treasure we have.
So gems and jewels can be sold to jewelers and goldsmiths for their listed cash value. Other rare items may be exchanged for cash as well. I'm considering the pearl necklace, to be a rare item. So they would be
Okay,
willing to
right.
give you cash for that.
And that's worth 5 Dice of Treasure. So Mom has 5 Dice of Treasure. Split into coins, I guess.
But it's not. If she wanted it to be split into coins, she could do that. But
Okay,
that,
so
for
she has
treasure,
2D
so I
plus-
can use it right today now.
but most
So she
value.
has-
I'm reading right from the rulebook here. Other valuable loot can't be broken down. It must be spent whole at its value. So if you have a bracelet worth 3 dice, it must be spent as 3 dice of cash at once. The merchants at markets do not give change. Once spent, remove the item from your inventory. So I'm considering the barrels of beer to be just valuable loot that has to be spent 2 dice at a time. Does that make sense? Whereas the pearl choker could be converted into cash because it's a rare item. In other words,
Okay, so we're
in other
just trading
words,
it for oil
if
then.
you decide not to convert the pearl choker into cash, you'll have to spend all those 5 dice on a resources roll when you're buying something, all 5 dice at a time, at one time, rather than breaking it into 2 gold, 2 gold, and 1 silver,
Which is fine, I can use it.
which you could use on
No,
different resources tests.
Okay, so then
Basically, we've got the barrels. Yeah, we've got the barrels of beer, 2 die each. We can
Silver.
try to trade them. We've got the 2 silver,
Yeah.
and she's got the necklace, which you can convert if she wants or not. It depends on how you want to spend it.
Right, you just have to think of it more in a bartering sense, that you're actually bartering the beer for some other goods. Whereas the pearl choker, you could either barter the pearl choker for 5 dice towards your resources test all at once, or you could have it broken down into coins so that you could use it for more than 1 resources test and break it up.
okay. So all right. I think I get it, I guess. How much silver did we have?
2 dice.
2 dice worth of silver.
And that can be broken up. You have 1 dice of silver and 1 dice of silver.
Okay. So then at the top, that's correct then, what I have right now.
Let's see. Gold, silver. Yeah, okay, so let's assume that you want to break up the choker into 2 dice of gold, 2 dice of gold, and 1 dice of silver. Yes, that looks right.
Okay, so that's what we all independently have to spend as units.
That's right. And on your first roll, each of you will have, depending on the dice of treasure that you have, but after you make that first roll, your resources will go up to 1. Your ability, your actual resource ability will go up to 1, so you'll always have 1 dice to roll for resources test, plus any treasure you spend beyond that.
And before we start to buy new stuff, we should probably get our old stuff repaired.
Yeah, I have a broken chainmail. Is there like a blacksmith or something?
Yeah, you just go to the guild hall.
How much does that cost?
Where is the guild hall on here? It's not on here, is it?
Yeah, it's at the top right there.
Just be mindful. We have to have food and light.
At the
And water.
right?
That is true.
I still have 2 preserved rations. I just need some drinkage. Like, I have a water skin, but I need probably some wine.
We need to get wine. We need to get water. We need to get
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would definitely take care of the more critical stuff before you worry about repairing the armor. If you have some extra
So, did we decide to
crushes left
change
over.
those barrels of beer in for
No,
the
before we do that, we need to repair our stuff, right? I think that should be priority number one. Then we should re-equip the essentials. Then we can do whatever we want with the remaining amount. Probably buying new equipment if we want it,
You could
or
al-
better yet,
you could always hunt for food in a camp phase. If you get some checks, you could hunt for food. You know.
that's also correct. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need more food, I don't think, because we can just. I mean, we have a good amount of food. We only use what 3 rations, and then we have basically an infinite amount of beer in the inn itself.
Well, I wouldn't say
So-
infinite, but yeah.
Well, the adventure gives us the ability to refill for free food or hungry.
For now,
if we're
it
going
does,
back
yeah.
there, are we really going back there or are we going somewhere new?
No, we have to go back there because the chick begged us to, and we have an obligation.
Okay.
Says
We have to
Kingsley.
save the dude.
Violet's
We
like,
have to
do we
save
really
both.
even have to go back there? I mean,
even
remember,
before though, man. Even
Yeah.
before you, we can go back or not. But I mean, even before we repair anything, have light for the adventure, right? You gotta have oil.
Yes.
yes, it is
Okay.
a good
So
point.
let's.
And
we know
remember,
we
you
need
guys,
that, so-
adventuring is your job. This is how you live. This is how you eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how you make a living.
Well, you guys, I still have 2 torches and 2 candles. I'm holding
Where
a
are the market
lantern.
prices?
I assume the candle that was in my hand is gone by now.
The market prices are on the gear handout. Everything has an ob listed next to it. And that's the cost, basically. It's a resources test with the
I don't.
proper ob.
Oh, I.
And we burned through it. We burned through at least 3 to 4 flasks of oil.
Yeah, that sounds
while
about
we were on that
right.
little.
Okay.
So that's just something to keep in mind. I mean, even with the torches and the candles and everything we had, we still cooked through about 3 to 4 flasks of oil.
Yeah.
Just,
And I think we should have more this time so that next time we come to the city, we have more stuff. We can stay out longer.
And oil is expensive. So.
and it's true we can hunt, but just make sure we have enough preserved rations so that we can. If we need to camp, we camp, right?
I still have 2 preserved rations, 2 torches, 2 candles, and
I
1
only
water
have-
skin.
We can get 8
Have 1
torches
preserved rations. No
for
oil, no
one.
water
We
skins.
can get 8 torches for 1, or I guess 2 sets of torches for 1 die of treasure compared to 4 sets of oil.
Where's those prices for that stuff?
Under
Sean?
gear.
It's the gear handout. I'll pop it up again for you.
Oh, I have it up
So-
here.
Okay, so I don't know. Yeah, okay, that's not a bad idea, I guess. Getting the 4 flasks of oil, I like that.
Or
Okay,
at least
so
try to- yeah. At least
So we
try
go to the
get-
market.
What's
We're in the
oil
market.
up first?
By the
What?
way, to repair chainmail is an ob 2 resources test. To pay a blacksmith to do it for you. To repair a helmet would be an ob 1.
Okay.
Plate is ob 3.
Okay.
I wish we had those problems.
Right, you will.
We do have those problems. We have broken chainmail.
Yeah.
I want plate problems.
Yeah. I mean, plate
We'll
armor.
buy some plate mail. We might have enough dice after this. So let's grab those flasks of oil.
Mm-hmm.
That's ob 2. So does that mean just 2 dice, or do we roll it?
It's a
Or-
resources test.
Okay, I'll make the resources test this first one if you want. I don't know. The ones that I make, I get a +1 die advantage on.
Then
That's
you do
nice.
it.
Very good. Yeah, we hand. Seeing his
The thing is,
actions.
each of you will want to make at least 1 resources test just to increase your resources to 1. while you're
Yeah.
in town, just to start
So-
advancing
so we-
resources.
So
And this
okay,
one's
so
pretty
can we-
easy, so maybe not me. Let's have somebody else do it.
But where's my resources? I don't see it on my sheet.
0,
So just roll 1 die.
2.
It's resources is listed under abilities to the right side. It says resources circles. Those are kind of your 2 quote unquote town skills, resources and circles. All of you have a 0 rating in resources right now.
Hold on,
Oh.
wait a minute. 2 dice of treasure. Oh, wait. Hold
I
on. So
have-
2 dice of treasure. Does that mean that if we turn in 2 barrels, we get 4 dice, but that's to the ob 2?
Think of it more as trading the barrels for what you need.
But
Right. So we're trading the barrels for how many do we get
2 dice
of
each.
the oil? How much
You-
oil do we get? We're
uh,
just doing a straight up
okay.
trade, dude.
When you buy oil, you get 2 flasks.
Okay, so we'll get 4 because of Breck's haggling.
But yeah, that's right. If you
okay, so we don't have to roll anything. We don't have to roll the dice and see if they accept the price.
It's
You
just
do.
a trade.
It's a resources
Wait.
test.
What?
To buy a flask of oil is an ob 2 resources test.
What? I'm so confused because you just said the same exact opposite things.
Let's just do
We
an
can't-
example then, okay? So let's say Violet wants to purchase a flask of oil. She has 0 resources as her
Yes.
ability, right? So she has to rely on coin or treasure to add to her resources test.
Okay.
To buy a flask of oil is an ob 2 test, so you need 2 successes
Mm-hmm.
on the roll. So do you want to use,
Oh my
2
lord.
flasks of beer to get 4 dice to make an ob 2
Yes.
test?
Yes.
If you fail,
Yes,
it
yes.
basically means that you failed. You don't buy it,
But we
But
don't
we still
lose the
have
beer.
Yeah,
No,
we
you-
still have the beer.
No, you do lose the beer.
Oh
What?
my
But
god.
what do we get?
Nothing. It's part
What
of
does
the
that?
life.
How does that work?
They steal it from us?
Nope.
How does that work? I don't understand.
It works by determining how much risk you want to take when you buy something, just like everything
but
else in
And
the
I
game.
I can understand. I can totally understand the failure, but the resource along with it is pretty. It's pretty dire, man.
It's a dire
That's-
game. It's baked
But
into the
that
game,
It is.
dude.
It absolutely.
doesn't
No.
make
I'm not
sense.
saying. I'm not. Yeah, that it's just a logic. It's a logic issue, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so-
Or being medieval.
Well, you need to suspend logic a little bit, I think, because
What?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so
because
if
it's
you
the
want,
game.
so,
It's
all
it's the
right.
game being mean to you because you're adventurers.
Okay,
Okay.
even in the meanest Baghdad bazaar out in the middle of nowhere, you walk in there, you got, $20, right? All
Right.
right, I want to buy this $3 Beanie Baby. They say, no, it's $35. I
That's right.
haggle it down to the 20,
Uh-huh.
and then
And
they
they
decide,
take your
you know
20 and
what,
don't
it's
give you the Beanie
25. Yeah,
Right.
then they take it down to the 25. I still don't give them my $20 bill, and they're like, oh, you know what? You're right. It's not even worth it. Here, have my $20 for your time, sir, and walk away Beanie Babyless.
That's right.
Yeah, what
That
do they
doesn't
do?
make any sense.
So at the market, you'll find all manner of goods and items for purchase. The merchants here will demand payment in advance and never issue credit to the likes of you.
Great.
You test resources using the obstacles listed in the master gear list for each item purchased.
What if we're level 10? Will they still be like that? Does that change? What if we become really awesome?
It never changes, and that's why it's all about the loot. That's the way you make a living.
No wonder he told
How
us
do you-
not to go to town.
I know. How do you increase your resources?
By advancement, just
No,
like anything
no,
else,
think-
by passing
think
or
about
failing resource tests.
Think about this though. If we do 2 barrels, dice, we get 4 flasks of oil.
Yeah, by using that little thing that happened with the haggling.
Okay. Well, did you say,
Right.
Pingsley, you get like a +1 die? Shouldn't you be doing the rolling here?
Jesus, I feel like I should be doing all of the rolling. What the heck?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
should. You are our dude.
Well, like I
well, in the
Yeah.
future, you will. But right now, we need to get the resource check. But for at least this initial purchase, Kingsley should do it.
Okay, so who's doing the resource check? Let's do this.
The reason I was suggesting that each of you try to make at least one resources test is just because the first test increases your resources by 1, you know?
Okay. No,
And
you know
we'll
what?
do that.
Screw the oil, man. Dude, screw the oil. We need to go for the OB1 torches. What the heck? Oil's for rich people. We got lucky starting with oil.
See, now you're getting it. Oil is for rich people. That's exactly
Oil-
right.
Oil is for rich people. We need to buy candles and torches, dude.
Okay, I think
Okay,
Alex
fine.
is,
Well,
Alex is
I'm
starting to get
I'm
it.
I'm all for torches. Sure.
Well, how many dice do I roll so I can just do
All right,
this?
we're getting to that here. I just want to try to give a little bit more of an explanation here. So, testing resources. You test resources to find or purchase stuff, to acquire food, lodging, or or weapon or extra equipment. Resources is an independent test, and that's it. So, players can augment their adventurer's resources with cash and treasure. These items are listed with a die value, often simply referred to as cash dice. Okay, this value indicates how many dice are added to the resources test. If the value represents cash or another divisible currency, the dice can be split among multiple rolls. If the value represents a single object, like a piece of jewelry or art, the value cannot be divided. Treasure and cash dice can be spent even when resources is 0. Once used to augment a resource test, any treasure or cash dice added are expended and the loot is removed from your inventory.
Dude, I got 6 on me right now.
I'm totally down with that draconian masochistic rule, but it is almost beyond Gygaxian, I have to say.
Yeah. But remember though, as you guys get more and more experience in the game,
I like it.
you'll have, once you get your resources up to 3 or 4, you don't have to worry about spending, extra loot to get your flasks of oil. You know what I'm saying? So much.
I tip my hat to the people who made this game, because even I am a little surprised that the draconian. Yes,
There's some corned beef
I'm
still in
surprised. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by the harshness of that rule. They've impressed me.
Yeah, I'm going to put a
That's what
message
you should do.
into the Torchbearer Discord channel. It's a quote from Pingsley. He says, "Oil is for rich people."
I mean,
And that just
Jesus.
sums up the whole point.
Okay, you know what? I guess here's the logic. Here's the visual of that. You walk in there, you're dirty, ratty, poor old man, like in Gunsmoke. You're the hobo that lives in the corner of the town. You
Yep.
come in, you with all this like gunky beer, and you're like, "Buy my gunky beer, please. I'll buy your oil with it." They're like, "No, old man, get out of here, and I'll take your disgusting beer too." So they take it from you, and what are you gonna do? Go to the cops? No, the cops aren't gonna help you.
No.
They just take your stuff and let you rot, man.
Okay, and it gets even worse, Lee. The market, is also the place to sell any salvage, like hauled out of the ruins. But if the object is worth an OB3 resources test, or less, it has no sale value. No one wants to buy your stinky, rusty junk. If the object is worth OB4 resources test, it's worth 1 dice of cash. So in other words, like look at sword. A sword, let's see, a sword.
That doesn't even cut it.
A sword is worth OB3, so they wouldn't even
Doesn't
buy
cut
your
it.
sword from you. They don't even want it.
However, you find a nice old used, well-worn hunk of plate mail, something that you could use but don't want to. You bring that in. Hey, you get 1 die of cash, even
That's
though
right.
it's worth like 7.
4. Yeah, even though it's worth
All right.
4. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's understood.
Well, listen, we need oil pretty bad, and I just got 5 dice and treasure for the necklace. So should I roll just since I'm at 0? Are you
I'll tell
kidding
you
me? I'm
what.
trading a necklace for freaking oil?
No,
This is
we're not buying
stupid.
oil.
Doesn't
We're
that
not
suck?
buying
Yeah.
oil. We are not buying
We need
oil.
oil. We gotta have oil, dude.
I forbid the oil purchase.
Torches.
We can't go forward without oil.
Torches.
Oils for rich people. We gotta buy torches. We're going on the budget.
Okay, so how we do that? How many do we have to roll?
Torches is OB1.
Torches
Compared
is
to the
ob
ob
1.
two.
Yeah. And you get
Okay,
3.
so
And you
I
get 3
still have to
torches.
spend. I have five dice in treasure. I can give you guys each.
4 torches, actually.
Yeah, you got 4 freaking torches. That's awesome. Yeah, buy it. So, how many dice of loot do you want to
Hey,
use,
don't you have
Mom?
Don't you have an extra lantern?
I
I
do.
have, I
'Cause
have a lantern.
A lantern's worth ob 4. You could sell that for 1 dice.
Oh, yes! Let's sell our extra lantern.
For 1 dice,
Oh my
yeah.
God, we're getting worse rather than better in this city.
I get it, Dad. I see what you were saying about how you could break the game in character creation by just having everybody have nothing but lanterns in their loot. Then they just turn back into town.
Right, because in character creation it lets you choose anything from the list. You could fill all of your slots with mirrors because they're worth ob 4. Or is that right?
Lanterns, it's 1 slot, and then you just turn them back into for 1 die each. Well,
Yeah,
no,
but still,
that
it makes
wouldn't
no
be
sense.
worth it.
No.
Yeah. No, never mind. They were dumb.
So, Angie, here's what we're going to do here. You just need to decide if you want to purchase oil for your lantern or buy 4 torches for ob 1 resources test.
Hey, we sell that lantern for a die, Bob. Get rid of that lantern. You get another die. Boom.
And if I'm not mistaken, the haggling bonus you get is like a one-time thing, right? It's
But what are we buying in place of it? This is stupid.
Torches.
What? That
Yeah.
doesn't make
see,
sense
when
to
buying
me.
something at the market, take an extra item for the same price.
Yeah, why don't we
Alright,
just get
so-
a bunch of oil, man? That'll set us up for a long time.
And technically, that means like if you bought torches, you could take something else that's worth ob 1. It doesn't have to
If
be
we're in the
same
dark, we
thing.
get minus die, dudes.
We have 2 lanterns. We can get rid of 1.
Who's
Check
getting
this
rid of it?
out. I
have
just
it in
had a
my hand.
thought.
Do you want me to get rid of mine?
You could just use a crap load of
yeah.
dice. Listen, you could just
Alright, I'm
use
getting rid of mine.
Listen, you could just use a crap load of dice, okay,
Alright, I have 6 dice in treasure.
for the flask of oil test, right? And if you succeed, if the ob 2, if you get 2 successes, you could get, double that because of Lee's haggling test. So you could get 4 flasks of oil for the.
That's why
for
I
one
think I will
roll.
do the flask of oil thing after this with all of my dice.
Yeah.
And you have the lantern, right? I just got rid of mine for another die.
Maybe 4. You do right now, so you're going to be spending 3 dice or 4 dice, however much you feel comfortable with right now, for the ob 1 check for 4 torches.
Okay, well,
How
I
many
just
dice
sold
do you
my.
wanna spend?
I just hold on. You have the other lantern, right?
Yes, I'm keeping
Don't
that lantern because
Sell
we
it.
need it.
Okay. Okay. Because I just sold mine and I have 6 dice in treasure. I better freaking spend 4, I guess. I have 1 dice.
4? This is ob 1.
She's doing the oil. She's thinking of doing the oil.
Oh, no, do the torches. I can do the oil. I get +1 die for the oil.
I know, but what if I fail? 4 dice is not.
Do 3 for the do 3 or 2 for the torches. Torches, we need them.
Remember, because of the advancement rules, the first time you pass or fail your resources
get?
test.
I got a success
She made it. She did it.
with 3 dice, and so we get 2 sets of torches.
We get no, you get 1 set of torches, so that's 4 torches.
Yeah. And Angie, since your
Well,
resources
how many
is
can
0.
I already have 2 in my.
Well, that's fine. It takes up a gear slot for 4 torches. Just 1 slot for 4.
Right. So mark off any treasure that you just spent
I did.
on your character
I already
sheet.
did. I already did, but I can't fit the torch in here because I have the treasure in that spot. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So I put the treasure in my hand.
Now I can't carry what I just bought.
So now I have 4 more torches, right?
Yeah, they all
Yeah,
fit
So I
in
got
one.
no
torches
more
in
than
one
that. I
slot.
got 8 because we got double.
No. You only get to use that
No.
bonus once.
Which I think
No,
I'm going to
but-
use for the oil.
Yeah, he's gonna use it for the oil.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
leaves it.
Oh,
So,
you
so
only get
now, Violet, since your resources was 0, and you just passed.
No,
a re-
I still have 3 treasure and I have 1 silver die on
Listen
me.
to me
But
for
her
a second.
resources.
Your resources was 0, right? So you didn't get it. So because of the advancement rules, remember, to advance a skill, you need a number of passes equal to the current score, and a number of failures equal to your current score -1. So now your resources goes to 1. So up your resources ability to 1.
Where, up here under abilities somewhere?
Mm-hmm. So now whenever you make a resources test, you'll always start with that 1 dice.
Oh, that's
and
good.
you can
okay.
only ever increase your resources.
So do I put a pass by that? I got a pass too, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to because it just increased by that
I don't
1.
put a check mark near to next to pass.
Nope, that's the reason why it increased by 1, because you get 1 pass. That's all you needed.
Okay. Going forward, if I pass it again, if it goes up again, I get a pass?
So now you need 2 passes and 1 failure. Or, I'm sorry, no, you need 1 pass and 0 failure. So the next time, the next time you pass a resources
put a
test,
check.
it will go up to 2.
When do I put a check in there, though?
When you go to 3 or 4, you probably have to get.
Yeah, once you get higher.
to
But you can only
Okay.
ever increase your resources ability by 1 for each town phase. So.
Okay, Mom. All right. You have a 0 resources, which means that you need that number -1 in failures, and that number +1, is it?
It's
Or
just that
double
number.
that? Oh, it's just that number in successes. So
Yep.
0 minus 1 is -1, but we make that a 0, and then you just passed once. So that means, ta-da! You have successfully gotten 1 resource. Now, to get it to resources 2, you need 2 successes and 1 failure.
No, it's
Or I'm sorry, 1 success and 0
And
failures.
no failures.
Success. Yeah.
Oh,
It
Oh,
graduates as it goes up. It gets more difficult as it goes up.
that's right.
Yeah, but I'm
Oh.
having a hard time understanding
couple
when
ones.
you check the pass or fail box.
whenever
start.
you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I
like
think-
going forward from now, I start checking it. 'Cause
Listen,
this
I think
one-
Whenever
I
it's
think your
not
skill or ability has to
immediately
be your skill or ability basically has to be at least 2 in order
Yes,
to
it's
even.
whenever it's to keep track for the future. Well, just like with your skills.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the next town phase during the game, you can't ever increase it more than 1 each town phase. So the next time you guys go down to town down the road, you'll probably be able to increase your resources to 2 by just making 1 test.
Which means that every skill that we and how do you reduce your resources?
Oh, your resources can be taxed by not paying
Okay.
paying your debts when you leave town.
Got it.
Think of it this way on the resources. On level 1, you just have to succeed, you get a 1. On level 2, you just have to succeed, you get your next check.
Right.
Level
Well, I
3,
understand that. I know
Well,
how to
hold
make
on.
it go
He
up.
was getting
but
to
I
the
don't
important
know-
part. Hold on. Shh.
Yeah, level 3, then you're going to have to do a certain number of passes and fails to increase it.
Right. 3
Graduate
passes and 2
from there.
fails.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll need 3 passes. and
Graduates
2
from there. The
failures,
first level, it's just a check. Second level, it's just a check. When you get to the 3rd and 4th and 5th, then that's when you're doing the multiple passes. That's when you'll be doing the checks and stuff.
Yeah, and
On
check
the-
it out.
and
When
you're
you
the
guys
P, okay.
leave town and make your resources test against your lifestyle that you've built up in town, if you fail that resources test against your lifestyle, the GM has the option to tax your resources, to reduce your resources. And that's usually the most common thing to do. So
Okay, so do those guys have to roll now?
Yeah, we get to do stuff. That was insane.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That's good. We got the torches, and she got the resources check. That's awesome.
Lee, what do you
Yes.
want to do?
Go ahead, Kingsley. Do the oil, and then I'll try to get some wine or a beer or wine skins or something.
Yeah.
you can buy plate armor for Ob 4.
We can refill for free down there. We don't need to buy water.
Plate armor for
Oh, that's true. I guess we can refill at your house. Yeah.
Oh yeah, can we refill
Yeah.
at my house?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. We didn't sell our stuff. We were supposed to have 12 dice and treasure. Where did that go?
Okay, Mom, at the very top of the page,
Flippy.
scroll up. I'm
It's
keeping
flippy.
track of it.
Yeah.
Up top of which page?
Oh,
The
okay.
main page, our page.
Help me
It's
here,
above-
Sean.
It's got it noted above our characters.
Oh.
Your page should have just dragged up to the top there. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I have. Wait a minute. You have 2D plus 1D.
You have 2D plus 1D. I have 2D plus 2D plus 1D.
No, I have 3 dice and treasure carried in my hand right now, and I have 1 dice and
Yes.
silver.
No, you just spent 3. You just spent 3 dice.
Yeah, and I had 6, didn't I?
And you had 6, so you have 3 left. That's the 2D plus.
Yeah,
4.
so that's wrong. It should.
No, you have 3 dice. Look, that's 2 dice and 1 die. You have to
It's
spend
3.
them.
Right, but I
Yeah.
also have a silver in my backpack.
That's-
so that's
Okay, well
that's
then
the
the
1 dice.
lantern's not dead, it's the silver.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, okay.
so I still have the lantern. I'm so
No, you don't. No, you have the silver. That's fine.
okay. So, but we're not putting that above my head.
I just did. Okay, so
Refresh or something there.
no, I just build whatever. Rolling. I'm gonna spend. Shoot, man. I'm gonna spend 4 dice of treasure, and I get +1 for hometown advantage. No, wait. Okay. Brett, can I do 2 things? 1, so that I can get that increase, and then 2, so that I can then have the bonus for the oil, because oil is rich people stuff. Yo, Violet, can I have a silver?
Yes, you can have my silver.
Great! Great, 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 because that means that I'm going to spend 2 dice in treasure
I still
to
should have 3
get
there.
myself some torches. 2 dice. You just gave me your silver. Boom.
But oh my gosh, I have 3 in my hand and 1 silver in my
There
backpack.
is
So
no.
that would have been 4.
We didn't have anything that was 3 dice.
Yes, I did because I sold that pearl necklace. I had 6. And then I
2
spent
sets of
3.
gold and 1.
That left me
2
with
gold
3.
pieces and 1 silver.
Okay, well I still have a silver in my backpack then.
That's no.
I think isn't it gold? It's a gold. It's just like it appears on your character up there. Gold, 1 gold is worth 2 dice.
I've been tracking this very carefully. Okay,
Yeah,
so I get 3 dice. I spend 2 treasure, 2 silver pieces, and I have hometown advantage for torches.
Okay.
One.
Boom.
Thank the Lord. Jesus, this is
Didn't you mean oil?
freaking stressful.
I thought you were doing oil.
No, hold on. This means that I get This means that I have a resources 1 now because I passed. Hooray!
Yep.
So
Yeah, no, you
where
can-
am I?
yeah.
And where are my resources now? Where's resources? There it is. Ta-da! All right. So that means that now I am going to go ahead and great. Okay. Okay. So now I'm gonna spend freaking all 4 dice of treasure here, +1 for resources, +1 for hometown advantage. That, my friends, is 6 dice total in resources for god dang, what is this, Ob 2?
For oil?
Maybe not. Maybe
It
hold
should
up.
be oil.
That's too much. That's too much. I should make. I should not be that afraid of an Ob 2 test.
Yeah. I find your stress pretty entertaining on my end.
I'd go with 6 or at least 4.
4. I'm gonna go with 4. That puts me well above where I need.
I mean,
Can
just
we
think
use
of-
8 for this?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh.
No.
Oh, and I also forgot. I mean, to make it a little less stressful, we should be using help also.
Oh my god.
No.
We can use help with resources. What?
Well, yes. I believe so.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Let me double check.
Let's reroll. Let's reroll.
Let's see.
Well, he got it 1 success. Wasn't that enough?
No, I need 2.
Reroll.
You
It's a
need to roll
reroll,
it.
man.
Okay.
Yeah,
can
resources
help.
can help resources.
No, wait. Okay.
Can Haggler help resources?
I had something that helped it.
No, resources helps resources.
Persuader. I have Persuader.
Okay, so Mom also has resources, so she can help. Sadly, Breck doesn't, so he can't help. So wait, can we hold off on buying the oil until Breck also has resources to help?
See,
Can
yeah,
we
I think
do
that's.
that?
I'm pretty sure that's the way it's supposed to work. Yeah. I mean, you can't
Oh
help
my
if you have 0
God.
resources. You have to have at least 1 resources to help.
Awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Can we revoke that? Those. Okay,
Yes.
great. 2D plus 1D plus
Sorry about that.
1D
Yeah.
brick.
Good
Buy
to know,
something.
Good to know.
Yeah, because it's a little
You
less
are-
dire now, right, Lee? That you know you can help with resources checks.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, you'll always get that +2 dice, you know, with 2 other party members. So it's
Brick,
not so
buy
bad.
something.
So, what should I buy, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh boy. Well, I think we're good on light. We have a bunch of torches, just a buttload of torches. So,
What about food?
I've got 2
well,
rations.
I have.
What's preserved rations cost, or what's the ob on preserved rations?
It's ob 2. You get 3
I don't think
of
we
them.
need to buy that because we went through that whole thing without going through hardly any rations.
Mom, how many rations do you have? You said.
I have 2.
And how many rations do you get in the pack?
3 preserved.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so you can cook for us twice next time we go out.
I can cook 4 times. I have 2 myself, so that's
Yeah.
4 camps easy.
Well,
Yeah, we don't
okay,
need
well,
any
what's-
rations.
Okay, so what should I get, guys?
We need oil. I'm telling you.
a low
No, but
ob.
oil's gonna be the big bad.
The big
Yeah,
bad. Big
Well,
bad.
we'll wait. We'll wait till we can all help Kingsley with our resource.
The chainmail, yeah, the chainmail has not been repaired. That's ob 2.
Does that?
I
give
need
a
that.
reason-
I'd
Oh,
like
yeah,
to get
yeah,
that
yeah.
fixed. That really helps me.
Okay. Sure, let's do
I
that.
could do that. I guess I could do that, right?
Yeah, I could
let's do
use
that.
that.
And
Okay,
have we
Kingsley and Violet help.
have we used the hard bargain from haggling yet?
No.
Okay.
Oh no, we haven't. We're gonna save that for the oil, I thought, right?
Yeah.
Saving that for the Kingsley roll.
Okay.
All right, then we're going to do the damaged chainmail.
I'll do that. I'll try to repair it. So
All right.
let's see. Should I use what? 4D?
So Breck takes the chainmail over to the.
Well, you're gonna
The
get
armory.
2 dice from us. So, maybe 2. Because that would be 4 dice total, right? So,
Yeah, and how many successes would he need?
2.
It's ob 2 to repair it. Yeah.
Well, I'm willing to give him another one of my Ds, my dice.
Why don't I do
Well,
this?
you only
Why
have
don't
a
I
set
do-
of 2.
Yeah, why don't I do this? You hold on to your 2. Kingsley, you hold on to yours. I'll do D.
Oh, remember help though too.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You get 2 from
that'll
each
give
of
me
us.
so that'll give me 5, right?
I think that's worth it because that really does help
3,
me, like
yeah.
in defending myself, like when they're hitting at me.
Yeah. 5 dice? That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, you'll at least get
I'll
2
use
with that.
you guys help with 2, and then I'll use 3. That'll leave me
Okay.
with 2 dice. Right.
Okay, okay,
Okay, sounds good. Yep.
that's perfect.
No, no,
Son of a whore. Are any of those 6s? Or I guess it doesn't
no.
matter.
Nah. If you hover over it with your mouse, you can see which of those are 6s.
It's just a 4.
Usually, if it's green, that means you rolled a 6 and no 1s, or if it's blue,
So does that mean
means
they
you
freaking
roll
took the
6s and
chainmail
1s.
from us?
No, that just means they took Breck's freaking beer and silver.
Yeah, there
One
aren't
of them
any.
anyways.
Yeah, there aren't any twists or.
So just leave
Or
me
anything
with
like that.
2D worth of treasure, please, Kingsley, if you can modify that.
Absolutely. Those
So-
monsters.
But I do get my resources checked. Yay!
That's right. Yep.
Yay!
Resources checked so we can help Kingsley with his oil grab.
Yes. Good.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing.
Alright.
I'm gonna spend. Shoot, man.
I'll give you two more D worth of treasure to do it.
No. I got 3, and then your 2 help, so that's 5 dice for an ob 2. I mean, that's
And
come
you
on.
get your hometown advantage, right? So that's another.
Oh,
one.
right. Okay, so yeah. Oh, plus my resources. So hold on. I get 2, then 5 up for myself alone. 6, 7. Oh, so yeah, I'm gonna keep one of my beer and just actually shoot. That means we don't lose any of our treasure. Hopefully. I'm going to use one of my silver. So that means that it's 1, 3, 4, 5 dice from that, and that's 1 silver. And this is going to be with the haggle, Dad. I think.
Hey, is
if
this
we have
silver
to
in
apply
my
that
in my
before.
backpack
Okay.
gone, guys? The 1d silver, is that used?
Are you kidding me right
Yeah,
now?
that's used.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have an open spot.
Okay. Oh, Brack, it's very, very important at this moment that you mark that you just got a fail on your resources.
He can't do that
Right.
yet, can he?
Well, because we can't go up twice.
That's right. You
And the
can't
same
increase
thing,
your
you do have to
resources
keep
twice
marking.
in one town phase.
Right, but we can mark our passes and fails.
You can.
Wait, do you have to pass in order to... Oh, wait. Brack, you don't get the bonus. Because you have to pass.
No, that's not true.
What? Oh, if you fail, you get
If you
the
have
bonus?
if you have 0, it always increases to 1,
Whether you pass or fail?
Mhm.
Awesome. Okay, never mind. My bad.
So I don't mark fail.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
got it. Okay. But I will mark that failure, and I'll use another silver. Screw it. No, I won't use another silver. I'm gonna use a beer.
Shouldn't I just give him my 2 dice just so there's no screw ups in this?
I mean, also note that chainmail costs ob 3. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking into if it should be ob 2. I'm just going by the armorer skill because it's an ob 2 armorer test to
Nice!
repair armor. So I'm
There.
assuming that they would charge ob 2 to repair it.
Finally.
I think we got
4
ourselves some
flasks
oil.
of oil
Okay. All right.
for a beer. Basically 3 dice of treasure. That's not terrible.
That was a hard bargain.
Do you need me to help carry any of that oil? Because I have an open slot.
I have plenty of opens. I have plenty of open slots.
Yeah. So keep in mind, 2 flasks of oil is pack 1, or carried
Yeah,
1.
so we got 4. So, I'll take one of them. Somebody else can take the other.
The other.
Okay.
There's two uses in each end.
And okay, so that was a pass. So I'll take that as well.
Also, keep in mind, like, at least Breck, he has accumulated 1 lifestyle, so you're going to want to conserve maybe some treasure, because Breck's going to have to make a resources test for his lifestyle at the end of the town phase here. There's other things you can do, you know. I mean, you can, let's see, let me look at something here.
That's good. We've got lighting, so that's awesome, and we'll be able to fill our skins up with water when we go back to your house, and we've got enough rations. And we'll be able to hunt if we need to, so we're good, man. That could have turned out a lot worse than it did, actually.
Are we just keeping what we have now, or are we still buying stuff with what we have left?
Yeah, we have. Hold on, where's our lifestyle tracker? Where'd that go, Dad? That was
Yeah,
really
can you
good.
put that back up there?
I just have 1 on Breck. It's the gold coin sun-looking thing on Breck.
Oh, well, we have 2 now on Breck.
No, the market
Yeah,
doesn't
because
cost
he tried to
lifestyle.
No, but he tried to repair the thing.
No. He was paying to have it repaired. He wasn't using an armorer skill to repair it. He was paying to have it repaired.
That wasn't used services or used facilities.
Oh,
or
you
hire
know what?
apprentice.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right.
And
That is
actually,
true.
wait, yeah. So, wait, what did you roll? Resources?
Well, see,
Hold on, that's not how that works.
Yeah, I'm a little unclear on how the repairing things work to pay for it.
Yeah, that's not.
I
how
was
that
just
works.
assuming that you could have that done in the market.
Let's take that second mark off me.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, he can just pay to have it repaired. He's not actually repairing it himself.
And
And I'll-
I basically, the
I'll have-
market's there.
Yeah, the rulebook's not too clear on paying for repairs, so I'm just gonna, since an armorer has to make an ob 2 test to repair chainmail, I'm assuming that the armorer would charge ob 2 to have it repaired. That's what I was assuming. But he's
So
not
is it
actually
repaired?
he's not actually using facilities at the guild hall to
it's
repair
not
it.
good.
Yeah, that's a
Hold
bummer.
on.
But I still got the resource checks. That's all good.
Yeah, I looked already to try to find out. I'll see if I can clarify it before next session.
Page 91, Dad.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
I mean, it says using facilities and hiring apprentice. That's, I mean, I'm assuming that you have to. Well, I
It
don't
allows
know.
That would if you're saying hiring apprentice and that's the person actually doing that themselves, like repairing the
Well,
armor themselves,
right,
right? Not
right.
not paying someone else to do it.
Yeah, hiring apprentice goes
Oh,
along with using
yeah.
facilities. And using facilities is where you actually use the guild facilities, allows characters to make trade or craft skill tests like armor or weaver
That's
while in town.
yeah, that's the character himself actually doing the repairs, not paying for someone else to do it.
That's right.
Got
So
it. Yeah.
I'm just going by the fact that you're paying to have it repaired and not actually doing it yourself in the market. There's an armor in the market that does repairs, okay?
As opposed to going to the guild hall and hiring an apprentice and hammering out yourself.
That's right. And since nobody has armor, it would be a beginner's luck test using health. You get half your dice and so on.
Which
So
might not be a bad idea, honestly, Breck, because, I mean, if we can manage to get you with armorer, could you imagine, dude? You'd be able to start making, like, chainmail and stuff for just a check rather than the resources.
It's definitely a good idea. I don't know if we have enough treasure. I just want to make sure that I'm
Okay.
able to pass that lifestyle
For sure.
test at the end, because
Okay.
Yep. There's also the
I don't
tavern.
want to have the tax man come.
Yeah, there's also the tavern where you can pay a bard a coin to play another tune and encourage your companions to keep talking. And you can find rumors. You can hear rumors in the tavern by paying a coin. It does cost lifestyle. You can hire help at the tavern. You can hire porters, guards, and guides. You have to be at least level 2 to hire help. Porters have laborer skill and help with all tests related to that skill. Guards have the fighter skill, but only help in tests to protect your camp or baggage. They won't follow you into the dungeon.
Ooh, okay. This actually is a good idea, I think. I think that Pingsley is going to do a little bit of research, in like the local libraries and stuff, trying to figure out if there's any information in regards to this cavern with giant spiders and kobolds. Like, why are there kobolds nested there? What was their interest in the area? Why was there a giant spider there? Any information in regards to like natural caves where that could be? Where's the exit to that cave? Is there a cave in that area of the Inn of Three Squires? You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I can. So it's doing research, basically, is what you're thinking here.
Yeah. What would that require?
Well, it would increase your lifestyle cost by 1. And let's see.
Be
Legends about.
mindful of the life, what we have to roll for the lifestyle stuff, man, with the treasure we have left. Okay.
Yeah, so it'd be asking maybe someone to do, and it's really kind of about asking around and doing research. Maybe not doing the research yourself, but going to the library and asking a scholar or something to do research for you, right? So it would be a circles test, I believe. Research your scholar skill. Yeah, I think it would just cost you 1 lifestyle, Pingsley, and I'd allow you to like find a scholar who would be willing to do some research for you over the next day or 2 to see if they can find out some information. But really, you want to ask something kind of specific, like there for any legends about the place, or if there's any information about the caves and caverns underneath the inn. Maybe any accounts of what might live there.
There might be some historical account that's like even before the inn was there.
Exactly.
Some type of encounter or adventure that or something like that. Prior to the inn even being built.
Well, I'm thinking. What I want to know is the scope and scale. I think of maybe I don't know. Creatures specifically in the area and especially kobold activity.
Any kind of legends or sightings or descriptions or anything like that from that particular place.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, hang on one second.
Yeah. Okay. So Outside of
We just
that,
have to, again, man. Just be mindful of the lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
The roll to get out of there.
Yeah.
finally, oh, I do want to. Yeah, actually, no, I don't think I will take that lifestyle. Never mind that.
Okay.
Let's go back to after.
I think I want one last thing though. I do want a dagger, which is where it's not on the list of weapons.
So are we gonna keep what we have then? Like as far as gold that's left?
We're going to go back and fill our wine and water skins with fine water at Pingsley's parents' place, and then we're going to bug out. And when we bug out, I'm going to have to do a roll. It's going to have to be that lifestyle roll, so I'm going to have to use treasure to.
Yeah. Well, you do have one
So-
resource now, though, too.
So I have
Sure.
gold 2D still in my backpack then? And we still
Or
have one.
wherever.
Is that right? Am I reading this right?
I'm not sure exactly what you spent, Angie. I think you have 1 gold
Yes,
still.
you have 1 gold
Yeah.
left.
Which
Brack,
takes
I'm
up,
gonna give you
Or to get treasure.
and the gold
Brack,
takes
I'm
up
gonna
1
give you a
slot,
silver.
Angie. It's worth 2 dice.
for that. So we should both then have, I think, 4 dice for our lifestyle, which should be enough.
Here is an idea as well. Just some idea of what other stuff you can do in town. So you can dig up leads or do research like Pingsley was saying. You can also scribe scrolls when you're in town. And I know, Angie, you have the scholar skill. And scholars carry a supply of paper and ink with them. But rarely do you have the time to scribe scrolls. But being in town affords you the time to maybe practice your arts a little bit to scribe scrolls. What you would have to do, though, I think, scroll. Let's see.
I'm a scholar
It costs,
too.
yeah, it costs. Well, that's what I'm talking about you, because I think you're the only one that has the scholar skill. It would just cost you a lifestyle, and like basically what you could do is you could scribe a spell onto a scroll. Right now, you can only have one of your spells memorized, I believe, right? So between those 2 spells you have, you can only really cast one of them. You have to choose at the beginning of the adventure phase, or when you camp, really, to what spell you have memorized. But if you have a scroll, you can use it, you can read it from the scroll and cast it right from the scroll
Okay.
without memorizing it.
Are you saying to roll my scholar?
Well, I'm telling you how it kind of works here. Like, for the scholar skill, let me look at it real quick here. So, Lore Master and Steward. You have Steward, don't you, Alex? That helps with that. Scholar, actually. Scroll. Oh, it's in the magic section, sorry.
Well, I don't know. Breck, okay, I don't know. Do you want that silver for your lifestyle?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, alright. Dagger is an ob 1. So, I'm gonna just screw it. I'm gonna attempt to roll my resources check for the dagger. Ah! Oh, Jesus, I did it! Oh my god!
Oh my god, you got a dagger?
I got a dagger, and I didn't have to spend any treasure.
So the ob for scholar test, Angie, is on the spell. It's in the spell description. So if we look at the spells you have here, and honestly, the 2 spells you don't have might not be too useful for. I mean, you could have that word of binding on a scroll and have the disc,
Mystic Border.
the Mystic
yeah.
Border memorized. But according to word of binding, to create a scroll with the word of, and it does take a slot in your pack. The scroll does.
Where does it say this? I'm on
It's
Word of Binding.
It's in the word of binding description here. It says scholar ob to scribe as a scroll.
Oh,
1.
yeah, I see that.
So
Okay.
it's a scholar ob 1 test to make a scroll.
Okay, and then I can
But-
get help from Pingsley?
Yes, Pingsley has steward, which helps scholar. But the thing is, I mean, it would cost you a lifestyle. So you'd have to make
Where is a lifestyle? I'm sorry, I'm very confused about lifestyle. Where is that?
So while you're in town, basically you're building up debt for things that you're doing. Like Lee's character built up some debt by haggling. If you go as an armorer test to make some armor, that costs some money. So when everything is done, you're ready to leave town, you have to make a resources test against the lifestyle that you built up in town and pay your debts, basically. To take the time to make the scroll, you'd probably have to go to like the Magician's Guild, and source their magical ink or whatever. But it's going to cost you 1 lifestyle. So you're going to have to make...
Where is that on my sheet, though? That's what I'm saying.
It's not. It's represented by these little gold tokens that I'm putting on your character sheets. On the
I don't
screen
have
here.
any lifestyle.
Not yet, but I'm saying if you wanted to make a scholar OB1 test to scribe a scroll, it would cost you a lifestyle, but then you'd have a scroll in your pack, with that.
So what do
word
I
of
just
binding
write that
spell
on my sheet that I have a lifestyle against me?
No, I would put a little gold token on your guy like that to show that at the end of the town phase you have to make a resources test at OB1.
You only have, depending on how you want to break it down.
I mean, you have resources
Gold,
1 plus 2 gold. That'd be 3 dice to make an OB1 test, essentially. But I'm just kind of explaining some of the options that you have in town rather than just the market. You can scribe scrolls. You can have personal business. You can track down your enemy. You could find a friend or a mentor.
Get it.
You decided to do it?
Yeah.
Hold on, I have help, though. I can help you.
I just added your help, I think. Wait, let me see.
I'm so confused. What are you doing?
What's your scholar skill?
2, and I took his help. It was 3.
You did, yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
It's okay. You failed. All you
What
needed was
happened?
1. Nothing. There aren't any
Nothing?
twists or penalties in town rules for resources.
So you just
Okay, so it's
accumulate a
worth it.
lifestyle. Well, you accumulate a lifestyle, so now you're going to have to spend that 2 dice that you have in treasure on lifestyle.
You accrued some debt, let's say.
Okay,
Perhaps
well, it was worth trying. I mean, I could just scroll that, then I could use both if I needed it.
Perhaps you had to consult a sage, for the scroll scribing for the first time.
Okay, so...
And other than you and also there's the temple and the shrines. For a lifestyle, you can pray at the shrine and roll on the shrine events table, which I think is down here.
Or is that anything good?
Yeah, if you roll a 2 or 3, you're cursed. But if you get a 6 to 8, the immortals are deaf to your pleas. A 9 to 11, visions. You are visited with a vision of events to come. Remove angry or afraid. If you roll a 12, you get a boon. You get +1 to dice to all tests within this immortal's idiom for your next adventure. Or remove curse or disease. Maybe some of that's not so useful. But you can also pay all the clerics down there to cast spells on you. But first circle prayers cost OB3 resources test, which is pretty steep. And prayers are things like removing conditions, and they also can help in dice rolls and things like that. I'm just sharing the options here. Mostly for the future. You're still pretty poor, but... and as I said, there's also the tavern where you can find rumors. Brett
I like the rumors. That's pretty cool.
Brett could boast of his tales at the tavern. There's no real mechanical effect in that, but it says...
So what does it mean? It costs 2 dice?
The locals are always hungry for new stories. The old ones get stale after a while.
Rumors events table.
Kobold ears.
Yeah. And lifestyle cost is 0 for telling tales at the tavern.
What's 0?
Yeah. Rumors does cost lifestyle 1. Hiring help at the tavern costs lifestyle 1.
Okay. So can Breck go tell tales and use his boaster to make a check? To see if we can, bolster ourselves in this town and make a name for ourselves as an adventuring party?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's really any mechanical effect, but Breck maybe going to or any of you really going to the tavern and telling tales of your exploits could certainly... I would be making notes on my Griffenholm town sheet that tales were told at the tavern.
Oh, we do. We go to the rowdiest bar around, man, and we nail up the string of cobalt ears to the post.
Yeah.
And tell our tale.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go into the tavern.
We don't specify the exact location, though. You know what I mean? We just keep it. You know, we talk about the adventure, but we don't let anybody know exactly where we were.
Can Breck make a nature check with his boasting?
No, boasting should have some kind of mechanical effect in the game.
Well, it does, though. I mean, if we fail, then we might make an enemy. If we succeed, maybe we can get a friend.
Yeah, but that's more adventuring and stuff like that. Generally,
I don't know.
What I'm going to do is I have a sheet for Griffenholm, okay? And what I would do is I would just make a note, that Breck told his, tales of bravery and driving off the spider or whatever.
Killing many kobolds, saving many humans, killing the spider. Me and my friends here.
But my point is, can you make a... Oh, I'm sorry. My point is, can you make a check in regards to it to see how well he does it so that we can get that check?
There are actually mechanics for that in the supplement, the Mittermark supplement. I would have to look at them for boasting. But in this case, it would be basically just a chance of maybe increasing Breck's reputation in this town in some way or another.
Our reputation.
Yeah. No, it could definitely help you in the future, just by telling tales. The most popular tavern in town, the largest one, is the Gilded Goat.
We're in the Gilded Goat racing hell, man.
Yeah, in the bar. There's a couple of bards up there performing. And everybody's happy and drunk, and they're very, very interested in hearing your tales. As I said, the locals here are always hungry for new stories because the old ones tend to get stale after a while.
Make it graphic.
Yes.
I jump up on the stage and start singing with the bards. That's
okay.
one of my things that I do.
Okay, cool.
I merry make.
You could actually gain a lifestyle as far as the bards, because the bards are just full of tales and rumors and world events and things like that. You could, pay the bards coin to share tales with you, to sing songs, about rumors. You can hear rumors at a lifestyle cost of 1 from the bards. But I will make a note here that you have told tales of the unspecified location of your trials and travails with the kobolds and the giant spider that you encountered. And they are wrapped with attention, Breck, and hearing your tales of the black blood issuing forth from the spider and, saving the helpless peasants from the wrath of the kobolds and all of this.
Do we glean any information from the bards, like any rumors?
You would have to spend a lifestyle. You'd have to get a lifestyle to do that.
I already have a lifestyle against me. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You do. You guys do still have some coin left, though.
Well, yeah, Dad, that has to go to our lifestyle, obviously.
Yeah. It shouldn't be too hard to make a OB1. You guys, Violet and Breck are an OB1 test for lifestyle right now.
Fine, I'll speak with the... Well, no, I don't know. What was the name of that?
Remember, you're going to have to lug around any treasure that you don't spend, too.
Well, okay, what else do we need?
I think we're good, man. I think we just have to go back to your parents' house, fill up on water, and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, water is free in town, by the way. You can fill up any skins or jugs, bottles, whatever you may have.
Okay, I'll put that in my skin.
You can get a lifestyle for finding work at the guild hall. While the
Yeah, but that
guildsmen
gives-
don't induct ragtag adventurers for use for any sort of guild business, they often hire persons of low repute to undertake tasks unbecoming of the guild. These tasks include, but are not limited to, speaking to quote unquote, speaking to guild rivals, borrowing items from opposing guilds, collecting debts from deadbeat adventurers, and transporting certain items to certain locations. Requires circle tests to find work.
water is free, by the way, Dad.
It is, that's what I just said.
Yeah, I just put
Yeah.
it in.
And this type of work can range from a single test to persuade someone, or an entire adventure on its own. And pay for a simple work is usually a bag of silver. For extended operations, pay is usually a share of the haul.
Hey, Dad, what stops me from just trying to buy a bunch of stuff just for racking up points for my for resources?
Well, you really, at this point, you don't have to rack up points for resources, because in your next visit to town after this, your first resources test should bump you up to 2 resources.
So, I mean, even if I fill my advancement right now all the way entirely, it's all gonna go away?
That's right. They're all erased once you go to the next
Got it.
level up. Yep.
Well, I'm gonna buy some more iron spikes, because those have so far actually been extremely handy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I would suggest, spending the remaining money either on, rumors, or just accrue more debt, more lifestyle, by maybe finding some work, or, let's see, I mean, you can hire help, porters, guards, and guides,
Save
but
mine for I'm just going to burn mine on my lifestyle test, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's important.
yeah, I mean, right now, Lee, with your 1 resources plus 2 plus 3 dice, that's 4 dice for an OB1 test. That's kind of an important one to make, so I can definitely see what you're saying.
Oh, I'm gonna ask more about rumors about Loman's Folly and happenings there. Legends of Loman's Folly.
Okay. So are you going to consult the bards at the Gilded Goat about
Yes.
Loman's Folly?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You're gonna rack up a lifestyle for that. Okay.
more than that.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Yeah, I put it on there.
Okay. Roll 2d6. Or actually, Alex, hold on. Yeah, roll 2d6. What'd you get? 8.
Yeah, I got an 8.
Oh.
Hmm.
Hmm. Okay. All right, let me find something appropriate. So specifically about the swamp, Loman's Folly,
Yes, very specifically about.
because you guys had previously heard of like ancient ruins in the swamps or something like that. Remember?
Yes,
That's
that's
where-
why we
that's
were going there in the first place.
Hmm. Also rumors of like frog people that live in the swamp. Let's see. Oh. Alright, just give me 1 second here.
See, I think I was right about on the money when I was saying that 12 dice is pretty good. I mean, we have restocked relatively well, I think. You
Yeah,
know?
I think next time though we should come back with more. I think
I
Dad's right.
mean, yeah, it's just that the more this though, Mom, was without any conditions, so that's good. If we have conditions, then we need a lot more.
So the bards tell you that fairly recently, a local sorcerer went missing. And it was said that, actually, it would come to find out, or at least it is said, that it was found out eventually that he simply used his magic to disappear into one of his favorite paintings. And it's said that this sorcerer, for some time, had lurked in the Loman's Folly area. And he was a sorcerer of ill repute. And this is why they think that he just wanted to disappear, because he was hounded by rival sorcerers because of his evil deeds. And the rumor, of course, is that he just went missing because, and it's kind of a fanciful tale, to say that he used his magic to disappear into one of his favorite paintings. Some believe that he still lurks in Loman's Folly. And has, a tower there somewhere.
What did he do that was so evil?
Oh, he did experiments on people. He would kidnap human, children and do experiments on them.
Ew, what kind of
Like
experiments?
alchemical experiments, having to do with transforming them into inhuman things.
Oh, is that where the frog people came from? Are they all like mutant children?
Possibly, says the bard. The evil sorcerer's name is Xenos, Xenos. But it is said that he could possibly still lurk down there. The bards think that the tale of him disappearing into one of his favorite paintings is just a ruse, that he actually does still lurk down in Loman's Folly in the swamp somewhere.
Is there any indication of where in Loman's Folly the tower is?
No.
Okay.
It says occasionally at an adventuring party we'll go, missing down that way, they tell you.
Hey man, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Hey, sounds like a good place to go vacation.
Yeah, same kind of stuff you got before in the Loman's Folly rumors, It's not a very safe place. It's a dangerous place to be. Well, at least you have a lead on this evil sorcerer named Xenos, who may be down there. Or maybe not. Maybe just the bards tell you that maybe just the remains of his tower are down there, uninhabited. Maybe he really did disappear.
Well, that would be ideal, because then we can just loot it.
Exactly. Alright, so you get a lifestyle for that. Yes.
And I think that will conclude our time here in town.
Okay then. So
Unless
when we leave
anybody else
town,
wants to do anything.
I don't think so. No, I'm good.
Lee?
You go.
All right.
okay, so we're just going to do the lifestyle thing, and then we're going to roll on the leaving town events table, which can be any number of weird and crazy things. Let's see. So when leaving town, total lifestyle cost and test resources against this obstacle to pay your debts. So Pingsley used 4 dice.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And he makes his test. And if you have no conditions, no tax, and don't need to make a lifestyle test, and you're not living on the streets, you start fresh. It's the only way you start fresh.
Oh, wait, we don't... You have to have no lifestyle?
That's right. But I believe you will be able to get some nature back here, though.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, look, Lee got his 1 success. Phew, barely.
How many do I roll?
So Lee, it looks like you spent
Three.
four
You roll
dice
three
there to
dice.
pay your debts.
Or no, wait, we can help in resources. What am I talking about?
You can.
Get 5 dice. I forgot about the help.
3 successes. That should be good, right?
Nice.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're good.
Yep, you rolled 5 dice. Is that right? Okay, that's right.
Yes.
5 dice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
And
everybody,
your gold is gone. So
yeah, everybody mark
everybody's
sure
loot
you,
is
yeah,
gone.
make sure you mark off your treasure. Let's see. Okay, here it is, Alex. So if you pass your resources test, have no conditions, and your nature is untaxed, you can start the adventure with the fresh condition. So does anybody not have their nature taxed at this point? So I think actually,
I do. I think my nature, I'm only at a 3, and I normally have a 5.
okay, so you're
yeah.
at 3 out of 5. Breck is at 3 out of 4. And Pingsley is at 3 out of 6. Okay, so let's see. If you have a condition and pass the test, you incur no tax. If you pass the test and have no conditions but have taxed your nature, you may recover 1 point of taxed nature. But you do not start fresh. Okay, so everybody can get back 1 point of nature. If you fail the lifestyle test, you are subject to a twist, condition, or tax at the GM's discretion. Okay, so everybody avoided the bill
Do I
collectors.
still leave it at
or
the
worse.
5, or do I change that to 4
It should go up 1.
and down 1 on the other side, right?
No, don't ever change the other side. That's your starting nature.
Oh, okay.
So you just gained 1 by passing your lifestyles test,
Good.
having no conditions. Yep, by passing your lifestyle test and no conditions, you get a nature back at the end of the town phase. So,
Alright.
okay. When leaving town, the character should have a mission or purpose. Well, it sounds like you guys are going back to the Inn of the Three Squires, House of the Three Squires.
Yes, we must rescue the husband, the innkeeper.
If they do not have a purpose,
Find more
it's
treasure.
if they do not have a purpose, it's the GM's job to present them with one. And then we roll on the leaving town events table. Let's see here. Leaving town.
Uh-oh.
After bills are
Make us-
paid, roll 3d6.
Parade for us, damn it. We are on the shoulders of a crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, and technically I think we should have rolled for Peaceful Town at the beginning here too.
Ooh.
Did. We got
Well, what are you rolling for?
Who, me?
Yeah, no,
Oh, I thought
we
somebody
weren't
rolled.
rolling that.
but we did roll for I think we rolled for Peaceful Town, right?
So
Dad's
since
the
it-
one that's supposed to
Well,
make
since I
all-
didn't roll for Peaceful Town at the beginning of the phase,
Yeah.
it
you did roll.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll right now for Peaceful Town. Wow, you guys find a lucky penny.
What?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
you find
Oh,
a
no.
lucky penny.
We keep it.
Like Paisley looks down and there's like a penny sitting there on the ground.
Does that take a whole slot?
Heads up.
Is that... Can
No. Doesn't take a slot.
I...
Kingsley, put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Just mark it somewhere in your paper.
All right, so you guys
Gee,
find a lucky
okay.
penny.
Great.
Don't forget.
Kingsley drops it down into his halfling loincloth.
Blink. Right.
My lucky penny.
Okay. Let's see. As you depart, a messenger chases you down and delivers a sealed message.
Oh.
Oh, jeez.
From your
I
mentor.
dread it. I no longer dread it.
From your mentor?
Yeah, look,
Who's mentor?
let's see. Well, that's what I'm gonna figure out here.
Because
So
I don't
let's
have a
see.
mentor. I have a question mark by mentor. Do I have a mentor I
Kingsley's-
just don't know about?
No, you don't. Not yet. Donan, the
Come
dwarven
on.
Cook
cook,
in the Obsidian
And-
City.
and Brex is Brand the Pathfinder. I think he's in Winter Keep. All right, so Breck, you get a message from Brand the Pathfinder down in Winter Keep. And the message tells you... What does he tell you?
Beware of kobolds.
Let's see.
It's a big inheritance for you down here.
Right.
The siege is under attack! The siege? The city. How can the siege be under attack? That'd be a good
I don't
thing.
know. That's why I didn't say anything. I was like, I don't get that.
Finally, our siege of Winterkeep.
So, Breck, the message goes on to say that recently, in more and more over the last few weeks since you've been gone, rumors of mermaids off the coast there at Winter's Keep seem to be going hand in hand with the disappearances of villagers in that town.
Cyrus.
And he tells you that one of your cousins, what's her name? Liana Rautron is one of the missing.
Oh. Oh.
So he's telling you that your cousin Liana is missing, and it seems to have something to do with these mysterious rumors of mermaids off the coast down there
Maybe
by
we
Winter
should go
Keep.
there instead of back to the kobold place. That's a family member. That might be more important.
Yeah, we gave our word.
Yeah, we made a promise. After we go rescue this guy, sure, we'll go down there and check and see what's going on.
All right, we don't break our promises. You're right.
And that's the end of the town phase. Leaving town starts the adventure.
All right. Do
So
we want
let's
to call
do-
it here for the night?
Yeah, we're gonna call it here. Let's just go through end of session here and get some rewards. How about that?
Sounds good to me.
Let me put this back up here. Okay. End of session. Awarding fate. If you acted on your belief, earn a fate. How about you, Violet? Protecting those who would protect me or those who cannot protect themselves is how I roll.
Well, I
Totally.
think I did because I protected the kid and helped the people get up the ladder. When the spider was coming.
Oh yeah, I think
I
saving all of
also-
the survivors would definitely fall within the realm of
I
that.
also moved wood to the door to help protect Breck at the door from the spider. Like I was trying to help, I don't know, just trying to help protect everybody in that respect.
No, Breck was having a little trouble with that, and it just kind of turned out that your help just wasn't quite enough. So I would say that Violet definitely gets a fate for her belief. Let's see, Breck. Hesitation kills. Only the brave and decisive will be victorious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, Breck gets a
Nailing
fate.
that door shut. First instinct. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was pretty kick-ass. No hesitation there.
Yep.
And Pingsley. The strength of my friends makes up for my cowardice. Mostly. Oh yes.
Oh yeah,
I
you
would say
ran up
so,
that
yeah.
ladder so fast.
I didn't realize it at the time, but that was an excellent play on your belief there, Alex. Running away when the spider was coming. Yeah, that was great. Okay, so if you worked towards your goal but did not accomplish it, you gain a fate. So working backwards here, Pingsley, I will leave the House of Three Squires with my life.
You did.
I think you accomplished
made
that,
it.
so yeah. But
Totally.
this is for working towards your goal, though, but not accomplishing it. So hold off on that for a moment. I think you'll get a persona for that. Breck says secure the valuables out of the cellar. I think he accomplished that goal.
He helped to secure them for sure.
And Violet, my goal is to find something of value. Definitely found something. So nobody's going to get anything for working towards the goal, but not accomplishing it. Playing your instinct to the benefit of your party earns a fate.
I did that. I wanted to cook, and then I was kind of shunned out, but we said that I could cook, so
I think we just kind of forgot it, you know. Okay, so Kingsley will get a fate for that. For benefiting the party with his instinct. Breck, I always determine the strength and weaknesses of my enemies. Not sure necessarily. I think that
I don't know. Yes, he did, because when he saw that spider coming,
shoot.
he went to go get that door slammed shut, because he knew the strength of that enemy was going to be overwhelming.
No, but I mean, I think that means mechanically. Shoot, man. When that combat started, you could have.
No, I know you're right.
Instinct.
I know you're right. I need to remember that.
Right, and I think we were kind of thinking about the hunter skill that Breck has, because he's a pretty highly trained hunter, I believe.
Yeah, it lets you like know the weaknesses and weapons of an enemy or something like that.
Right. Yeah, so try to remember that in the future, playing that instinct. And it doesn't cost a turn or anything. You can use that pretty much any time. And using a hunter check for that will help you to maybe determine the weaknesses or just other hunter lore. I mean, you may have been able to determine something about spiders, you know, or giant spiders, you know. Violet, I always thoroughly search unexplored areas. Captain Jack helps with hunting.
Yeah, I did that because when not this tonight so much, but when the last time I went off and scouted that cave in the water area, I thoroughly scouted that area out.
I should also be thinking about last session as well.
Yeah, please do.
Yep. Yes, definitely. His real name is Rufus, by the way. He just goes by Captain Jack nowadays.
Well, that's what I named him.
Rufus is the old dog.
Yes. Okay, so persona. If you played against your belief in a dramatic fashion, you earn a persona. But you don't get the fate for acting on your belief.
I mean, so I both acted on and against my belief because, I mean, the strength of my friends makes up for my cowardice mostly. I ran away from the spider and didn't even partake in the combat. However, once the spider got in the room, I stayed out of the combat so I could help people get up. You know, instead of like running from the house myself alone, I started helping people up. So that was both against and for my belief. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well, what about the instinct? Do I get anything for that instinct?
Did you? Oh, you did. Yeah, you used your instinct to.
You get a fate for that, Angie.
A fate? Okay.
Yeah, so add a fate point.
Wait, I think we decided. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you did the well thing, right? Gotcha.
So if that's the case, Alex, if you feel, you know, and I agree, I think you played both towards and against. You can take a persona, but you don't get the fate for acting on your belief. Okay, so.
I'll get that box in a minute, kitty.
Does that make sense?
I can't. I mean, I can't have both.
Can't have both.
Really?
I believe that's the case. I might have to double check the rule book, but that's what it says in my handout here. But you don't get the fate for acting on your belief. So you can either take a persona and remove a fate that you just got.
Okay. Well, obviously, I'll take the persona.
Okay.
Do I get a persona for protecting those who, when I did?
Well, this is for playing against your belief in a dramatic fashion.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to think. Last session,
I didn't really do anything not to protect anybody, I don't think.
Yeah.
No.
There was no dramatics.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't remember Breck ever actually hesitating for anything. So
I'm afraid not.
That's something to keep in mind for the future, though, Lee. Think of maybe a strategic time where Breck maybe does hesitate and goes against his belief for some reason, in some dramatic fashion. That might be cool.
Persona, man. I mean, it's strong.
Yeah. So the next is if you accomplished your goal, you earn a persona. So I think everybody's going to earn a persona for accomplishing their goal here. So everybody gets a persona. And then the table awards one persona to a chosen MVP, most valuable player, the player who really came through for everyone or had a moment of glory during the session.
You know, I think that should go to Mom. I mean, she did the well
She had
thing,
this
which
clutch,
was great, and she did the clutch roll at the end of last session with those 66666s, man.
Right.
And she was doing great this time too, man.
Yeah, I think Breck was like down on the ground in that conflict with the female kobolds, and
Yeah.
she just pulled it through.
That
Yeah.
was scary. I didn't think we were going to make it through that. That was lucky. So what do I
Yeah.
get, a persona?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if
Okay.
it went the other way in that conflict, you guys would have been captured by the kobolds. So we wouldn't be here where we are if that case. And the table also awards a persona to the chosen team worker, the player whose support kept everyone going, despite the costs or risks.
I think that should go to Lee for the door thing alone, man. I wasn't actually expecting you to turn around and start barring the door.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. All right, so Breck for team worker gets a persona. And if the table wants to award a persona for embodiment to characters who were role-played well, or invoked a belief, goal, or instinct, alignment, etc., with drama and entertainment value, they may do so. It shouldn't be awarded to everyone, but...
I think that's Kingsley.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'd also like to nominate you, Breck, for that amazing moment where you took the kobold and threw it at the spider. That was
Yes.
amazing.
That was the best. Yeah.
That was exactly what Breck would do, man. That was awesome.
That was awesome. All right,
Funny.
so Breck, you get one. Pingsley, you get another persona as well.
Cool.
So where do we wind up here? So looks like Breck has 2 and 2. Violet has 2 and 2. And Pingsley's looks like he has some fate left over there. 5 and 3.
Yeah.
All right, so that's good setup, so that's a good setup for the next session. All right,
Yeah.
that was fun. That was awesome.
Yeah, what is this?
We got through our first town phase.
Yeah.
That was we've really had some clutch rolls when we needed them in a bunch of different places, you know. So
Yeah.
Totally, man. I mean, I was like cringing at some of those rolls.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
just-
No,
just
it's brutal.
Consequences were dire.
It ended up really well. It's a nice mix between pain and success. So
Right. Yeah, it's a really nice balance. Like you said, Lee, I really give credit to the guys who created this. It really does create a nice story and some tension and some, those moments of like high five moments and shit, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Especially since we're such low lives.
Sorry about getting a little uppity about the treasure going away there for a moment. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. But then thinking about it in our status, it actually does.
well, it's an incredibly masochistic rule. I mean, it's again, I'm surprised by the harshness of it, but I do see the function in the gameplay.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, and at that point we
I
were
was just a
realizing.
little surprised. I was just a little surprised.
No, yeah.
It's easy to forget that we are bums. You know, we are hobos.
Yes.
And it makes sense with the resource now that we have the resource points and
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think at that time when we were discussing that, we weren't taking into account the help that you get for resource tests too.
Yeah,
so
that too.
it does help a little bit, literally. All right, cool. Well, until next time then.
All right, guys. Very good game.
All right. See you guys later.
All right. See ya. Bye.
Have a good week, Lee. We'll see you next time, man.
yeah, thanks, John.
Next
Absolutely.
Friday.
Bye, Lee.
Dude, bye, Angie. I'm hankering for some Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, me too. Totally. I can't wait. There's gonna be some crazy shit going on. You guys are just almost there. Like you can just feel like the bone, the whole bone thing, like digging through the bones is going to be epic. I've got some cool plans for that. And then just the whole snake pit thing, the snake chamber. Just the moment of all you guys trying to run through the sea of snakes is going to be
I'll be
awesome.
honest with you. At some point, I was like, "This is the Tomb of Horrors."
Yeah. Indeed.
I mean, with the traps and everything,
right.
the craziness. I'm like, dude, this is okay.
Yeah. And
Well,
I loved it too. And when Aiden was like, "Nope, you guys go ahead, stand right here." I love that. That's so good. All right, man. You have a good night. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah,
Take it easy, bro.
you too.